even if it does drop us into the action pretty consistently and pretty early, allocates time to examining the remoteness of the planet in passing, which says a lot about just how old the Prothean ruins here are, and grants us further insight into Liara's solitary personality. Virmire dumps us into the action in the Mako before we know anything. Then after a brief sitrep from an amphibian, we're thrust back into battle. The scenery is bright, luscious, tropical even, existing in contrast to the Geth onslaught. There's not a lot to grab a hold of in the early throes. We have a series of objectives to help Kirrahe and his men, so we're too busy paying mind to how we might assist him. But of course, this is intentional, because it all changes when we arrive at Saren's base. There's still plenty of skull cracking to go around, but the discoveries within are where the atmosphere comes from. We can discover indoctrinated Salarians imprisoned in cages to varying degrees of mental disorder. The first is rambly and panicked, trying too hard to convince us he isn't indoctrinated. He doesn't do a good job at disguising that and reveals a harrowing truth. Awareness of the attempts to indoctrinate you are not ample protection. It seems Saren is studying the effects of indoctrination, which absolutely ties back to why he sought out a mind-controlling plant. He's keeping these Salarians cooped up. Some of their minds are completely gone, but one of them seems to have retained his sanity. We get a brief insight into the horrors of the indoctrination process. We also learn this Salarian commando envies those that died during the experiments. It seems more dignified somehow than being reduced to a husk. The victim's identity is typically entirely dismantled. They're a shell of themselves if they're useful, and if they're not, there's simply no self left. As we progress through the facility, we also discover Saren has been making husks, or at the very least studying them. It's interesting that he'd be curious to find out so much about things he's clearly been involved with for some time. You'd think he'd understand, but as we arrive at the heart of the base, that becomes very clear. We're granted access to a dark chamber by Saren's assistant, I suppose, Rana Thanoptis, and to be fair, maybe letting her go was an obvious mistake, but I always do it because I prefer the consequences from an overarching standpoint going into Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, even if pragmatically it's less than ideal. Anyway, in this chamber we find yet another Prothean beacon, and Shepard interacts with it. Once again we're shown visions, and this time they are more complete than before. They're still disorienting, kinda messy, and it's hard to tell what every frame means, but the vision ends with the reveal of the visage of the Reapers, albeit swiftly. It's 1 or 2 frames, but it bears a striking resemblance to the ship we saw on Eden Prime, does it not? The conversation that follows is where everything becomes clear, as the ship itself shows up to have a conversation with us.
You are not Saren.
It speaks with a rich, deep synthetic apathy. It's apparent the ship itself is sentient. It isn't a depraved creation of the Geth, nor is it under the control of Saren. It's a Reaper, and its name, if you can even call it that, is Sovereign. The Reapers have, at least to some extent, been present already. This phantom we've been anxiously awaiting the return of is already here. Sovereign speaks with a vagueness that taps into a Lovecraftian mastery. It alludes to the intentions of the Reapers, but, much like trying to explain why you do things to an ant, it simply assumes we cannot understand its motives. And Mass Effect leans hard into the idea the Reapers are serving a function that we, as organics, as simple mortals who wither and die after a few decades, cannot understand. After all, you'd imagine there would be a knowledge disparity between a 30-year-old man and a sentient spacefaring metal crayfish that has lived for millions of years. We're facing an enemy that has succeeded where we now must bid to stop it countless times over. It would seem Sovereign's monologue's purpose isn't to tell us about the Reaper's nature and why they do what they do, but to brag, to sober us up to a sense of doom. We've received confirmation the Reapers exist. They're everything the rumors said they were, and they are far closer than we could possibly have imagined. We learn here that the Citadel and mass relays are not creations of the Protheans, but rather the Reapers, to engineer the pathways upon which spacefaring civilizations develop. To a point, they've been in control this entire time. The galaxy is a farm, and the Reapers are coming back to harvest. and the closest we get to an explanation for why is to impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. We have become so dependent on technologies the Reapers brought into existence that overcoming the Reapers at this point seems insurmountable. We can't fall back on the Protheans, they are nothing special after all. They, like us, discovered the very same technologies, and their disappearance was evidently the previous cycle of the harvest. So if Sovereign, the source of indoctrination, is in fact a Reaper, then it means Saren is not deploying mind control, the Reapers are. And that makes Saren's research into the effects of indoctrination just that bit more fascinating. Is he trying to protect himself, or does he fear he too is indoctrinated? This is such a fantastic example of cosmic horror, both because the game doesn't rush to introduce us to it, but rather eases us into it, only to completely flip this universe on its head with a big reveal. That homeliness the Mass Effect universe inherently possesses is now facing a colossal existential threat, and that didn't come out of nowhere. The hints have been right under our noses the entire time. The Citadel Tower map is even shaped a bit like a Reaper. This reveal is far from out of nowhere, it's woven into the very fabric of the world's construction, a consideration always. Sovereign's voice, cold and booming as he reveals the galaxy's infrastructure, was actually constructed by deep space murder droids, and now they've come back, is so fantastically overwhelmingly intimidating. This scene alone has so much implication, and it wants you to feel it. It conveys excellently who has the advantage. It's not us, it's not even Saren, it's Sovereign, the Reapers, and as soon as that's understood, the conversation ends. However, at the same time, this conversation provides a glimmer of hope. Sovereign didn't have to speak to us. In fact, in many ways, it doesn't make sense that it did. Why would you, a colossal sentient machine, with a mandate to wipe out all spacefaring life, waste time providing insight to those very lives you intend to harvest? Why would it bother to proclaim superiority? The answer seems to be hubris. The Reapers have carried out this very cycle so many times, dating back millions of years, that at this stage they approach their sadistic task with the arrogance that they cannot be stopped. There's plenty of apathy and implications of incomprehensibility, yet simultaneously they aren't entirely cold and flat. They're clearly inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos deities, in the sense that they are colossal uncaring extraterrestrial beings that have played their role for so long that they're rather confident that they will succeed until the end of time. But they differ from the idea of a chaotic force. They exist for a purpose and function according to a system. As synthetic beings, it's likely they were created at some point, and their objective is rather comprehensible. What isn't understood at this point is their motivations. Why? Later games dismantle that mystery to varying degrees of elegance, but the main distinction for the Reapers at this point is we know absolutely what they're after, and we aren't just a casualty in their apathetic chaos. Our demise is part of the bigger picture, and Sovereign's just a tad too vain for that to seem like a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, we now have ammunition for our pending confrontation with Saren. Sovereign made it abundantly clear he has no place in the broader context of the Reaper's plans. They systemically bring organic life to an end. Saren is being manipulated. He's a victim too, and that's a tricky line to balance on. He's still every bit a menace, and as Anderson can outline for us in optional dialogue, not a great guy, but even by his own broken, sadistic standards he's been led astray. The victim of Reaper indoctrination, suddenly his synthetic implants make sense. His own mind has been warped into believing he's doing the right thing, that he's serving the greater good. So much so that he believes he's in control of his own actions. But that's only what Sovereign wants him to believe. He believes he's in partnership with the Reapers, when the reality is he's a little more than a slave. He's aware of what the Reapers intend to do and believes they cannot be stopped, that joining them would save lives, but we know it would not. They use mind control to subjugate organics to further their own objectives and then complete the harvest anyway. What Saren proposes is impossible, foolish even. His mind has been molded by Sovereign to believe whatever's most convenient. In the words of Sovereign, you exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it. There is no coexistence, however unideal. Saren's thoughts are exposed for the clarity they lack. He is simply a tool, no grand architect. It would be very easy for him to lose all of his menace and presence in doing that. But he doesn't. His visage is still terrifying. The music still potently marks his presence, and his voice still chilling. He's a mindless fanatic. But his most dangerous characteristic going forward is his belief that he's somehow still in control. He seems to believe the more control Sovereign exerts, the less capable the subject becomes, and that keeps him from being fully indoctrinated, but whether intentional or otherwise confirms that he is indoctrinated, at least to an extent. The fallacy in Saren's logic is further exposed with how he describes Sovereign's view of the Geth. He tells us it is insulted by their worship. The Geth are but a tool, and no amount of belief on their part will change that. So there's a layer to Saren that knows there's no future for organics under the Reapers. The Geth are useful but will never be more than tools. There is absolutely no reason why Sovereign's view would change for organic life. We can make observations about Saren's indoctrination and bring that subconscious closer to the surface. And provided we've paid enough mind to Paragon or Renegade, we can plant doubts in his mind here. We can fracture the delusion, and even if only for a moment it seems to work. But of course, for the time being, it's not enough. He jumps on his hoverboard and green goblins around the place while we shoot at him. But that's not all there is to Saren. Up until a point, he's also right. There is no logic to fighting the Reapers. They've been carrying out this cycle countless times over. What makes us think will make a difference this time, aside from being a player character in a video game? Yep, fair point, that would do it. Victory against the Reapers seems highly unlikely, if not impossible. So in a way, Saren also exists to ask questions of the protagonist. His participation is understandable. He's motivated, like us, to preserve organic life. He, like us, understands the Reapers pose a significant threat to the galaxy, to put it lightly, and Saren too is trying to save lives. But his mind has been warped into believing relenting is the only option, whereas we know it's not an option at all. Suddenly, the major distinction between protagonist and antagonist is hopefulness versus hopelessness, and the price willing to be paid for success. Saren would sacrifice the very nature of galactic life to ensure the survival of spacefaring organics, but that won't preserve the mesmerizing galaxy we've spent the entire game getting acquainted with. That's ultimately the difference. That's why Mass Effect allocates so much time to ensuring we care about this fictional universe. Even before the Sovereign Bonanza, Anderson's previous run-ins with Saren proved he didn't have that very same connection. The best thing about Mass Effect's take on cosmic horror is the backdrop it threatens. Saren didn't necessarily care for that. He doesn't care to spare lives now. In his own words, his intentions are to save more lives than have ever existed. Our objective is to preserve the ones that do, aside of course from anyone silly enough to pull a gun on us. Anyway, Virmire has one last lesson in store for us. Sacrifice. You can't portray the impending threat of a villain, never mind cosmic horrors from dark space, if everyone involved in the struggle makes it out in one piece. So ultimately, to hit home the stakes, at some point inevitably a character must pay the ultimate price. On Virmire, one of our squad mates will not be making it off the surface, a choice that exists independently from saving Rex, and because of how intense that moment can be, is what I like to refer to as a firm kick to the testicles. However, the options are limited to two of our squad mates. It's either Ashley Williams or Kaidan Alenko who are sacrificed, our only two human squad mates, furthering the theme of humanity finding their place in the galaxy. Martyring oneself in the name of the galaxy's survival is one such way. That being said, choosing who to sacrifice should be way harder than it is. While neither character is particularly uninteresting, they aren't the ones that stand out. Like I said before, Kaidan's baggage has been squared away a long time ago. He's dependable and has lots to say about his past, but doesn't develop as Shepard interfaces with that. Ashley has something to cling to. She has prejudiced attitudes towards aliens, a perspective that exists to be challenged. There's room in her character to develop, something that would be more interesting to see the shift in going forward. So as I said earlier, it's a bit too easy to hand Kaidan the short end of the stick. Not because he's less likable, but because he's less interesting. He's a reliable constant that doesn't need to develop. He could die here without any consequence, but in Ashley's case, she's got that bit compelling her to clear her family name. The sacrifice here would do that, but it's too easy to deny her martyrdom. Players start to factor other considerations, and both characters are more than willing to go down fighting. So you start looking at the practical value, maybe even the gender distribution in your squad, or simply whichever character you like having around more. To make this choice hit harder, both characters should have both had a reason for this to culminate their arcs, and both characters could have also done with a reason to survive. If they survive, it becomes something to explore, and if they die, it becomes a testament to the sacrifice. The emotional impact either way is negligible. We're in orbit by the time the bomb actually goes off, and then aside from passing survivor's guilt in the crewmate that lived, it's dealt with in a very clean way that could have been a lot more interesting. But to an extent I get it. The mission comes first. We know that Saren is seeking the conduit so that the Reapers can return. Having interacted with another Prothean beacon, Liara thinks we can finally make sense of Shepard's vision. So we do the melding thing again. This time the visions are at points clearer. It's the decimation of the Protheans, culminating in the easier to spot revelation that Reapers look like Reapers. From this, Liara somehow deduces that the conduit we are seeking is on the planet Ilos. So the mission is clear. We'll need to go to Ilos. After all, that's where we'll next find Saren. I think Tali fails to realise it's a bit late in the game for reservations based on lore, so we must prepare ourselves for one last huzzah. However, before we can do that, the Council want us to return to the Citadel, where we expect they're finally ready to send a fleet after Saren, only for them to once again misunderstand the threat and ground us. I wish I could say this was the most foolish and inconsistent the Council gets in the Mass Effect trilogy, but that does get so much worse in Mass Effect 2. Even though it was them that prompted us to find out more about the Reapers, they don't believe the Reapers exist, and still hold the belief that Saren is the mastermind. Even Ambassador Udina agrees with them. The idea of impending doom is too inconvenient, I suppose. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely see what they're getting at here. I just think they probably could have found a way to do this without making the Council seem like a troop of fucking idiots. Fear not, friends, this contrived obstacle won't stick around for long because we have one ally on the Citadel. Keith David. Captain Anderson has us meet up with him in the casino Flux. I had no idea he was so into gambling, but he does help us come up with a plan to get out of here. There are two options, one of which culminates with Anderson being arrested, the other results in Udina being punched squarely in the mouth, so as you can imagine that was the winner. With that out the way, we can bugger off and save the galaxy. Props for this Normandy flypast shot on the way off the Citadel. It's a great reminder of what we're fighting for at this crucial moment. Now, to Ilos. I have absolutely nothing to say about the romance scene, by the way. The romance options are very limited in this game, so there are only so many variations to see. Otherwise, for a niche portion of the fanbase, it fulfills a fantasy, but eventually the focus does turn back to the annihilation of all spacefaring species in the Milky Way galaxy. We arrive at Ilos to find Geth ships in orbit, confirming we are in the right place. So for the only time in the plot, we activate the stealth systems on our state-of-the-art stealth warship, so we can try and drop the Mako on Saren's head. But of course that would be too easy, if not a tad anticlimactic, meaning we'll have to resort to the usual approach of fighting through various layers of Geth, and it has to be said the environment of Ilos is enthralling. We are disturbing yet more Prothean ruins, and it's apparent how old they are through just how thoroughly nature has reclaimed them. It's here where we finally see statues that presumably portray the Protheans. Funnily enough, the Protheans do get portrayed in Mass Effect 3 and they look nothing like this, and that game retcons them as actually statues of a previous race, but that wasn't the intention in Mass Effect 1. In Mass Effect 1, they were the Protheans. It's never explicitly stated to be the case, but there comes a point where it just confuses the point. And while I could talk about yet another intense showdown with the Geth, that's not what wows me the most about Ilos. In fact, anyone who's played Mass Effect 1 knows exactly where I'm going with this. As we get deeper inside the ancient facility, having been reunited with our space car, we enter a chamber that appears to be full of stasis pods, as perhaps one of the most beautiful numbers I've ever heard in a game envelops our ears. The facility is huge and appeared to hold Prothean survivors. One could only marvel at the secrets we might uncover had only one survived. But it's confirmed to us there are no life signs in the pods. However, all is not lost. As we push on, we're eventually halted by a force field, forcing us to get out of the Mako and walk down a side tunnel, then take a lift, at the bottom of which we meet an intact Prothean VI called Vigil, with whom we can converse. It claims that, unlike the other who came through here, we do not possess the hallmarks of indoctrination. It reveals to us some fascinating things. The Protheans were in fact wiped out by the Reapers. This was their last refuge, spared only because of its secrecy. More importantly, we learn about what the Conduit is and why it's so crucial. It's a mass relay that interfaces with a similar mass relay within the Citadel, meaning if the Geth and Saren arrive at the Conduit, they can get inside the Citadel instantaneously and make preparations from within for Sovereign's arrival, at which point Sovereign will bring back the rest of the Reapers, decimating the galaxy from the seat of government outwards. No wonder they're so devastating. They strike hard, swift, and capitalize on confusion. We learn they also created the Keepers, the species of benign organic caretakers that exist solely to maintain the Citadel. So while the Council thinks patrolling the mass relays will do it, Sovereign is planning a surprise attack from within, so perhaps if we just accepted the benching, at least we would be there. Anyway, from this point we learn how the Reapers further isolate civilizations, taking control of mass relays to cut off communication and transportation. The ascension to being able to cross the galaxy is taken away. The very concepts spacefaring civilizations are built upon are no longer available to them and used against them. They are reintroduced to the mind-boggling vastness of space and then world by world annihilated, all without a shred of mercy. What an utterly terrifying extinction for a spacefaring civilization, for the rug of technological advancement to be ripped out from under you, stranding you wherever you stand, to helplessly anticipate the arrival of massive godlike synthetic spaceships that exist for the sole purpose of ending you. And then, once the killing is done, they simply disappear back into dark space, having harvested the masses and leaving their indoctrinated slaves, now devoid of any direction to wither and die. A horrifying fate we are frighteningly close to sharing. Just like with us, why the Reapers do this is a mystery to Vigil. But as the Ball of Light confirms to us, our survival does not depend on understanding them, but stopping them. There is so much more to unpack with Vigil, but if I wanted to do it all, we would be here all day. We know what we need to do now. We need to reach the Conduit to get to the Citadel to stop Saren from aiding Sovereign from within, and save the Citadel from the Reaper invasion before it's even begun. But I can't move off of this moment without conveying precisely why I love it. It's a moment of calm. It's a relaxing conversation with an ancient computer that possesses knowledge we cannot possibly hope to obtain any other way. We are actively uncorking the bottle of mysteries in the galaxy, and as a result learn so much about how it actually was, or is, that exists in contrast to what the vast majority of characters within it believe. Vigil on its own is an entire layer of Mass Effect lore that you cannot access from the surface level, but the surface level is so compelling you yearn to know. So while we're in a race against time to get to the Conduit, to reach Saren, to save the galaxy, it's also very easy to lose a quarter of an hour talking to this cluster of light, expiring its dialogue and learning about everything it has to say. One of the most fascinating is the implication the only reason we've made it this far is because of luck. The Reaper's typical method didn't work by some miracle, and Sovereign is deviating from the norm. So once again, a glimmer of hope enters the conversation. We aren't special, but at least we know the Reapers can be inconvenienced. If they can be inconvenienced, they can be moved. If they can be moved, they can be beaten, hopefully. This time around, Sovereign has utilized its incomprehensibility to amass at least one follower it can indoctrinate and then spiral out from there, because it's not invincible and on its own it could be destroyed. Geth and Saren aside, the other Reapers aren't here. Sovereign is on its own. I also like the implication from Vigil that Saren was unlikely to be the first pawn Sovereign cultivated. Vigil also highlights that Sovereign is bold and perhaps even desperate. This fading speck of technology from a long since extinct society is a glimmer of hope, and that makes this scene warm, like an embrace from the past. It's up to us, of course, if we probe it for more information, but its answers are entirely confined to the Reaper invasion. Nevertheless, the first time we try to leave dialogue, we'll be prompted to sap it of all the knowledge it has. For the best understanding possible, the game itself wants us to linger here. And in fairness, every time I play this game, I can't not hear everything Vigil has to say. but at some point, you have to crack on. From here, we barrel our way to the conduit, battling through Geth forces, culminating in the act of driving into a mass relay and launching ourselves at the Citadel in the Mako. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Of course, we smash into the Presidium, making sense of the mass relay statue we can see in this area earlier in the game, and as you can imagine, it's a very different environment to the one we're familiar with now. It's dark, and every other thing is on fire. There are husks running rampant, and Davina is distorted and malfunctioning. It's a complete contrast to the bright, airy, sterile, noticeably not on fire, perfectly functioning Citadel Presidium we're introduced to earlier in the game. The galaxy is about to be turned completely upside down. The seat of government is under attack, and nobody is safe. I'd love to take a moment to talk about just how impressive the cutscenes are in this game. When it comes to portraying colossal objects in space, we know from pretty early on Mass Effect 1 has that covered, but we get to bear witness to the beginning of Sovereign's attack on the Citadel. It's taking fire to limited effect, and if any ship is in its way, it just smashes clean through without the slightest alteration of course. The mercilessness of the Reapers is on full display as Sovereign passes through the Citadel's arms as they close. Every single shot here is a wonder. This space station city has become a cocoon. We know Sovereign is massive, but the Citadel dwarfs it. Mass Effect 1's portrayal of scale once again comes to the fore. As for Saren, he's up at the Citadel Tower, and naturally using the lift would be too easy, so it halts partway up. So Shepard busts out the window, and we head outside. This is one of my favourite shots in the game, not because of the visuals necessarily, but because of the gravity switch. After all, it's artificial gravity, so we just walk up the side of the Citadel Tower. What a fabulous idea that plays into the notion that we aren't on a planet but a space station. Gravity just bent and now we're walking up the side of a building towards a massive Reaper, fighting our way through yet more Geth to make use of the environment more than anything. But because it's such a cool idea, I have no problem lingering in it to do some battle. Naturally, however, all good things come to a close, and this one does rather swiftly. But it's just a testament to how Mass Effect 1 throws new ideas at you, left, right and centre. It makes up for some of its more generic environments. Nevertheless, the time swiftly comes for our final confrontation with Saren at the Citadel Tower. Once again, we witness where the Council meets, completely upturned. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise that this would be the scene of the final boss fight, however. The location's map is shaped like a Reaper and it's full of enough cover spots to raise the eyebrows of those who know a thing or two about level design. That doesn't include me. Anyway, in our final confrontation with Saren, he reveals that Sovereign has upgraded him. Sensing his wavering commitment, Sovereign ensured that Saren would be more committed than ever. It's alarming how the indoctrinated don't know when their indoctrination is so obvious. But fortunately that nugget of information gives us an in. To avoid fighting Saren here, all we have to do is convince him that he has in fact been indoctrinated, and he doesn't really want this. Of course, if you want a showdown with an avian equivalent to the Green Goblin, there's nothing stopping you. But I find the most fitting end for Saren is convincing him that he's indoctrinated. You can only do this if your charm and intimidate stats are high enough, and this decision I suppose is the culmination of that system. Its ramifications aren't as vast as saving Rex, but I like that we can give this misguided soldier one opportunity to regain control, even if only briefly, and finally do what he believes he's doing. The right thing. It isn't redemption, and Saren is not a good guy deep down. Anderson and Rex tell us otherwise, but Saren's true self does not want the harvest. He doesn't want the Reapers to return. He might not value individual lives, but he doesn't want life itself to cease. Shepard's words are cutting through his programming and bringing the true Saren's doubts to the surface. It won't save him. Reaper indoctrination is permanent, but a moment of clarity is all he needs to give Sovereign a flick on the nose. So sure enough, he takes control and spends his final moments wisely, choosing to go out on his own terms rather than Sovereign's, giving Shepard the opportunity to stop the Reaper invasion before it's even truly begun, his lifeless body falling in slow motion for dramatic effect, leaving us to open up the Citadel's arms and allow the Alliance in to destroy Sovereign. But before we can do that, we have a choice. And I have some things to say about this choice, that it isn't necessarily fair to direct at Mass Effect 1, because it's what Mass Effect 2 and 3 do with it that makes it so frustrating, but that choice is functionally to save the Council aboard the Destiny Ascension. Doing so would cost human lives, but at the same time, the Council hasn't believed us at any step across our journey. They've scrutinized our every action, and they ultimately do stand in the way of humanity's progress. As such, both renegade and neutral choices are to allow the Council to die. The Paragon choice, however, is to save them, demonstrating that humanity has the capacity for selflessness, that we belong, and deserve a seat at the table, because without us, there would be no table. The satisfaction of that is tempting, but at the same time, leaving the Council to reap the consequences of their own inaction is also tempting. I typically choose to save the Council because, in my view, it's the ultimate olive branch. There's no way they'll not take us seriously going forwards, right?
Ah yes, Reapers!
I'll talk more about that when I get round to doing my Mass Effect 2 video, but I get the sense the game wanted us to let the Council die, but gave us the choice anyway. But here the choice does alter the ending somewhat, so it's still valuable. As you can see, the Citadel has become the scene of one giant space battle. And you could tell that somebody at BioWare was cooking that week, because every shot is just marvellous. Obviously, the overall visual aspect has been enhanced by the remaster, but the shots retain the same essence, and it's ultimately that essence that makes it so good. And that brings us to the you thought you'd bypassed the final boss moment, in which Sovereign assumes control of Saren's implants, transforming his lifeless body into a horrifying monster. The Turian Spectre is no more, but that doesn't end Sovereign's influence over his physical form. He's something way more disturbed now, an abomination that amplifies Saren's most terrifying aspects and removes them from anything relatable. Okay, this is a proxy boss fight, considering we can't actually fight a Reaper. The thing is huge, so instead we fight it via Saren's tattered remains. And I think that's a good compromise. The game needs to take the fight to Sovereign physically, so the player feels involved in the victory that's pending. Convincing Saren to top himself allows us to bypass a fight, but it doesn't allow us to bypass the final boss, Sovereign, using Saren's body as some depraved puppet. The boss fight itself is kind of buggy and can up and break the game, but I love the implications that confirms we were right. Saren was indoctrinated. In fact, there was a husk-like cyborg underneath his skin this entire time, slowly but surely being assembled with various upgrades, finally waiting beneath the surface for the time to come to bust out and become a mindless slave. It's a terrifying thought that even in death you aren't safe from the Reapers. It is a bit strange that Sovereign would allocate so much resources to fighting 3 people on the Citadel while also taking heavy fire right outside the window, but I think in storytelling sense sometimes does have to make way for ceremony. And it isn't like we're entirely unthreatening. It also seems like a major risk for Sovereign to transfer its consciousness to Saren's body, which does appear to be the case because upon being reanimated, Saren's first words are, "I am Sovereign." The reason I say this is weird is because deactivating this abomination is way easier than deactivating the massive Reaper spaceship outside. Doing so seems to stun Sovereign, forcing it to detach from the Citadel tower. Itself created that vulnerability, giving Joker and the Normandy crew the opportunity to piss missile the thing into oblivion. I'm not saying it's an unsatisfying solution, but it has to bypass a few layers of the cosmic horror to work. As for the actual ending of Mass Effect 1, that I find to be a bit strange too. Firstly, it has this fake-out death scene for Commander Shepard. There's nothing innately wrong with it, it's just to demonstrate how close a call this was. But all the characters believing Commander Shepard is dead for a moment only for Shepard to appear from the rubble is a very predictable trope. I only mention it because it happens way too much in the Mass Effect trilogy and it's going to get more ridiculous. Here, however, it serves its function. The point is, Shepard and the crew of the Normandy won, but only just. And as the following scene with the Council highlights, this has only delayed the inevitable. The Reaper invasion is coming. But more importantly for the confines of this chapter of the story, humanity has found their place in the galaxy. The Council recognizes their efforts to save their lives and offers us a seat on the Council. It is ultimately what the Alliance has been striving for the entire game. Who becomes the first human Councillor is up to us. We can choose between 2 individuals, Ambassador Udina or Captain Anderson, and I wish there was an argument you could make for Udina. the only one being he's a career politician. Otherwise, all he's proven is he's sleazy, underhanded, and a bit of a knob. So in my mind, it's way too easy to choose Anderson. After all, not only did he punch said knob in the face, it was the most consequential right hook in galactic history. He's perfect for the job, not because he's a politician, but he has no problem chinning politicians. He's also a soldier, and with a war with the Reapers inevitably coming, he's the kind of character you'll want to have some sway when they arrive. Beyond that, this ending is a declaration the war with the Reapers hasn't even begun. Never mind having it be over already. Sovereign was but a vanguard. So while Anderson makes a resounding speech about that, Shepard walks away to continue the mission. It's really funny watching the protagonist walk away in the background while Anderson's saying these hard-hitting, motivating lines that get your blood pumping for the next game, but the effect lasts. The galaxy must stand together if we have a hope in hell at stopping the Reapers. Anything less will mean certain doom. But if Sovereign's proved anything, it's that it's doable. And then we get the dumbest final shot of Commander Shepard standing in space. And then the credits begin with the Normandy flying away into space, which is a mesmerizing shot, by the way, marking that the game is now in fact over. It's a good ending, all things considered. Don't get me wrong, the narrative, especially towards the back end, has its ridiculous moments, but they can't subtract from the greatness. The amazing cosmic horror, the fantastic world building, the relevance of the world building, the sense of adventure captured in the race against time to stop Saren, the visual design, the sound design, they all come together. So what makes Mass Effect 1 so special boils down to how complete this fictional universe feels. More or less every detail comes together to sell you a feeling. Whether it's the warmth of galactic society aboard the Citadel, or the hard-hitting loneliness of the cosmos as you stand on a barren alien world and gaze upon an impossible horizon. Even being on the moon and looking at Earth, a blue dot against an endless sea of black, feeds into the scratching idea of cosmic insignificance. The genius of the Reapers as a concept for an antagonist is they pair those conflicting things together, bringing the dark, uncaring, lonely reality of space forward as a threat to that warm, welcoming galactic society. We care about that immersive beating heart of the universe, so we care about stopping the Reapers. This blend shouldn't work, but it's brought together so well that you can't help but feel it. Mass Effect 1 then is special, not because it's the best game ever made, it most certainly is not that, but because as far as fictional universes go, it's comprehensive in a way that's encompassing. It isn't content to let us sit on the ideas introduced in the first hour. At no point does the well of what there is to know about this universe dry up. There's always a new concept to learn about, a new star system to explore, a new spectacular way in which the Mako defies the laws of physics to spite you. And the result is this small 2007 game feels incomprehensibly massive, like there's always something new to find, something extra to ponder over. What makes Mass Effect 1 my favourite of the Mass Effect trilogy these days is the fact that this is the game where that feels the most novel. That doesn't absolve it of its weaknesses. What it does do, however, is feel whole. It is trying to capture a multitude of feelings, and more often than not, in my opinion, it succeeds. And while the sequels don't lack for that necessarily, both Mass Effect 2 and 3 are more similar to each other, and very different from this. In some ways they are better, in others they're worse. But when it comes down to it, a franchise couldn't dream of a better opening argument than Mass Effect 1. And that is why, no matter how many times I've played this game before, no matter how old I get, I keep coming back to it. With that, I bring this video to its conclusion. Thank you all for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to go ahead, leave a like, subscribe, maybe share the channel with your friends, all that wonderful stuff. It would be massively appreciated. And if you fancy joining our Discord server, follow the QR code on screen now. You're more than welcome if you can put up with my rambling for this length of time. It's a relatively small community, and everyone's really nice. So, if you're down for that, be sure to follow the QR code, jump on in. Now, I don't have any more admin to say. The only thing I can really think to talk about besides that is how long it will be before I'll get the Mass Effect 2 video out, and honestly, I don't know. All I know is it'll be better than the last attempt I made, but with any luck I'll be seeing you all very soon with another video at some point, but until next time, please take care. and goodbye.
Far beyond our solar system, outside of the light of the Milky Way, in the starless void known as dark space, a horrifying, strange, and deadly predator patiently slumbers in the blackness. They're known here in the Mass Effect series as the Reapers, a sentient race of ancient machines that awaken just once every 50,000 years with one simple goal: to thoroughly and methodically exterminate all advanced life in our galaxy. It's a cycle that has repeated now for millions or potentially even billions of years. Their coming is inevitable, the destruction unimaginable. Well, hey, no pressure there, Mr. Shepard, but stopping this incomprehensible calamity, which at the time of the games is very near at hand, that's the main narrative hook of the original 3 Mass Effect titles, which many hail to this day to be the greatest video game trilogy of all time. Now, personally, I have always found the Reapers to be very, very cool. A wonderful and unique approach to video game antagonism for so many reasons. But my favorite thing about them by far is how they establish this generally chaotic, galactic-scale tone, which is fertile narrative soil for other, arguably more interesting villains to take root and grow. Villains like the legendary and criminally overlooked Saren Arterius, the very first antagonist of Mass Effect 1, who carries the bulk of the storytelling burden in that game with such an incredible presence and memorable justifications for his actions, that I think now, almost 20 years later, he is far and away the best written evil in this entire franchise. A character whose brutal scheme is tied directly to those Reapers and their cycle of death. A character whose personal story is full of mystery, betrayal, manipulation, and crippling fear. A character who absolutely challenges the protagonist on how things in the galaxy should or shouldn't be handled, yet still remains satisfyingly rotten at his core from the beginning to the bitter end. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Villainpedia, a video series where we take long looks at the most evil characters video games have to offer and try to get to the bottom of what makes each one of them special. I am Ghost, your host. As always, I want to give a huge thank you to all of my wonderful patrons who support this channel away from the tyranny of YouTube. And now, I invite all of you to just sit back and relax as we head for the far reaches of the cosmos to cover one of the most underrated video game villains of our time. Ever since I was a kid, I have been fascinated with how science fiction and fantasy settings approach the world-building aspect of alien species in relation to humans. In The Lord of the Rings, for example, hobbits, elves, dwarves, and men all have their very different foundational natures reflected in the ways that they behave, the ways they build society, and of course, the ways in which they interact with one another, which gives Middle-earth a wonderful array of diverse perspectives and tensions. Then you have Star Trek, and to a lesser degree Star Wars, which do a great job in a more relevant science fiction setting with the very same things, exploring how the potential for both cooperation and xenophobia might not just be human nature, but the nature of intelligent life all throughout our universe. Now, I say all this because if we're looking at Saren here and his role as a villain, it is incredibly important to understand his identity, his race, his job, and how these things fit into the greater story structure with the Reapers, Commander Shepard, and everything that comes after. So Mass Effect takes place in the 22nd century, in a future where mankind extended their reach to the stars above and discovered something incredible in their very own backyard. Ruins on the surface of Mars left by a hyper-advanced alien race thousands of years prior. And within these ruins, they unearthed, or I guess unmarsed, information that catapulted humans' technological capabilities hundreds of years forward in an instant. They found data on something called mass relays, these humongous ancient superstructures floating all around the Milky Way that could be turned on and used as a transportation system, essentially teleporting their starships across time and space to neighboring solar systems in the blink of an eye. Super ambitious missions that were once deemed impossible could now be completed over a long weekend, and soon enough, as is our nature, humans were colonizing all across the galaxy, enjoying a golden age of advancement and cosmic exploration. But of course, it didn't take long for the eagerness of mankind to bump into some trouble and encounter their very first alien neighbors, a species known as the Turians. Because what the humans didn't understand is that there were already many other species out there using and caring for these mass relays with kind of strict government regulations about which ones could and couldn't be activated. So when mankind unknowingly booted up one that was restricted, these Turians, acting as a sort of police force, immediately leapt into action to stop them. But what's kind of messed up is instead of saying like, hey fellas, don't be alarmed, but we are the first super intelligent life forms your species has ever encountered, they actually just came out blasting, beginning what came to be known as the First Contact War, a conflict that had a profound effect on galactic history and an even more profound effect on a young Turian just beginning his military career, Saren Arterius. Now, this wasn't a crazy bloody affair that killed millions on either side or anything like that. Just a few months long dust-up where these two very powerful, pretty evenly matched species got off to a bitter and awkward start with one another before eventually having peace brokered by the other cooperative races. So mankind obviously realized that they were not as alone as they previously thought. And beyond the Turians even, there were all these other intelligent life forms working alongside each other aboard this thing called the Citadel, a massive space station that acted as the home base of Milky Way politics and commerce, and of course, they wanted in. But even as everyone shook hands and humans were welcomed into the fold, an understandable level of tension and apprehension remained between these two races that would not be easily expunged. So with that little backdrop, let's narrow our scope here now and focus more directly on Saren, who is obviously a member of the Turian race, and as I just mentioned, had entered the military actually as a teenager just 2 years before the First Contact War broke out, which to me makes it very likely that his first brush with real life or death battle was against these strange alien rule-breaking invaders, the humans. Now, unfortunately, we don't really get to learn anything about Saren's time serving, as within the literal lore of Mass Effect, his personal files are confidential. However, if you like comic books, there's actually a supplemental prequel story found in Mass Effect Evolution, which details how Saren once had an older brother, Desolaus, who served as a general in the First Contact War and was wrapped up in a crazy conspiracy, ultimately getting killed in his fight with the humans. Now this obviously would be a huge personal loss to darken the mind of this villain very early on in his story, but I don't know. Many fans out there, myself included, definitely prefer to ignore this kind of stuff. I mean, the comic came out years after Mass Effect 1, and I'm far more interested in what the original game story alone can give us, but it is out there if you're interested. Now, when looking at the different principal races of Mass Effect, Turians are generally written to be a militaristic people, one that values service, sacrifice, honor, and very strict discipline. And when it comes to those core virtues, it seems that Saren was always a shining example. He very quickly gained a reputation for being an efficient, intelligent, and lethal soldier, ascending up the military ranks to a level of fame and heroism that was just unprecedented for a Turian so young, until he eventually captured the attention of an elite organization known as the Spectres. So if we think of the Citadel as the center of galactic government, the highest governing body of the galaxy would be the Citadel Council, a small group of only 3 officials representing the 3 most powerful and trustworthy species in Citadel space, the Asari, the Salarians, and the Turians. So the Spectres, which is short for Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, are pretty much that council's secret task force of interstellar agents, hand-selected to help maintain galactic stability no matter the cost. They're sort of a cross between like cosmic cowboys and 00 agents from James Bond. Spectres are considered completely above all laws and regulations, given total freedom of movement and execution in completing the missions that they are given by the Council. So if you're a soldier, a detective, a security guard, shoot, if you're a janitor, joining the Spectres is the highest honor there is in Citadel space. Well, after proving himself through unknown deeds, Saren became the youngest Turian Spectre ever selected, and from the second he got his credentials, wasted zero time establishing himself as one of the finest on the force, excelling in the freedom that this new occupation gave him, the independence to make his own decisions in the field without any consequence. And though some of his peers criticized his at times ruthless or cold methods, no one could deny that this guy got the job done. And I mean, imagine the kind of things that a Spectre would have to deal with on a galactic scale, man. Pirates, rebellions, huge smuggling operations, corruption, literally anything you can think of in a sci-fi setting. And so over the course of a decade or two of service like this, Saren became the Council's ace in the hole, the best of the best, and a living legend. However, during this time of rapid success and glory for our villain, another force was gaining recognition and fanfare with unprecedented expediency: humans. Achieving in decades what other races strived for over centuries, establishing an embassy in the heart of the Citadel, constructing massive colonies on key worlds, contributing scientifically and culturally to the galactic community. They were suddenly a huge player, and this made many non-humans, including Saren, exceptionally bitter and openly critical of the preferential treatment given how they first entered the equation. So you can see a nice little evil foundation coming together here. It's not a stretch whatsoever to call Saren a proud xenophobe, a speciesist, a straight-up hater of mankind, a guy who started his career fighting these ignorant aliens only to now be asked to accept them as his neighbors and co-workers. You even learn during the course of the game that he has a ton of personal history and beef with the famous Captain Anderson, who he sabotaged on several occasions in the past to ensure he would never become the first human Spectre. Then, personality-wise, Saren sees himself as superior to literally any and everyone in the galaxy, even fellow Turians. He knows he's the top dog in the Spectres. He knows he can back up that reputation. He knows he can essentially do whatever the hell he wants. So in the years leading up to Mass Effect 1, this guy is constantly searching for anything he can do, big or small, to hurt the progress of humans. But now, let's go back to the topic that this video started with. The Reapers. Because as fun as the racist alien cop is, these strange machines represent a threat so existential it honestly trivializes every other storyline and character found in Mass Effect. And remember too that before the first game, not a living soul in the galaxy is even aware of their existence. It would sound preposterous, hilarious even, if someone were to come to the Council and say, hey guys, a horde of evil robots are going to wake up and come kill everyone soon. So the Reaper's greatest weapon, as it likely has been for millions and millions of years, is the element of surprise. But something very interesting that Citadel Space does have, and it is something of an obsession for many within the Mass Effect universe, is the mysterious ruins of a massive spacefaring, approximately 50,000-year-old civilization that litter the entire Milky Way. They're called the Protheans, and here in Mass Effect 1 anyway, they kind of remind me of the Dwemer from the Elder Scrolls series. These ultra-modern, ancient people that seemingly just went poof, disappearing one day and leaving behind all of these incredible things. Because get this, the Citadel itself, the mass relays, the infrastructure that all these species use and enjoy, they did not build any of it. They discovered it just like the humans did. Vacant, well-maintained, and seemingly waiting for them to power up. So it's kind of understandably believed that the Protheans were responsible for all of this. But here's the real kicker, ladies and gentlemen. Once upon a time ago when the Protheans were first expanding into space, they discovered the exact same things. And that is because, and this is a huge spoiler for Mass Effect 1, all of these things were constructed by the Reapers an immeasurably long time ago. A technological mousetrap with a big-ass piece of cheese on it that sentient life forms have been falling for eons, rapidly advancing them, evolving these species until the Reapers deem them ready for harvest. Which conjures so many questions, right? Why are the Reapers doing this? What even are they? Who built them? What is their endgame? Well, sorry guys, but this video is about my dog Saren and Saren alone. Now next, I'm going to have to ask you to look at this thing. No, I'm not joking. You got to look at it. And I mean, really take it in, baby. Don't blink.
What?
Adorable, isn't he? Well, these strange buggers, as far back as history can tell us in the lore of Mass Effect, have been present on the Citadel as a group of caretakers. They're called the Keepers, and they are very, very strange. Keepers are completely docile and don't communicate with anyone in any way. behaving more like mute servants or butlers, ensuring the current Citadel races are comfortable, the place is clean, and remaining operational. They kind of just appear randomly, working on these mysterious terminals, doing God knows what, before disappearing off to God knows where. And guess what? These little cuties are yet another creation of the Reapers. Some fans theorize that this is one of the first races the Reapers wiped out millions of years ago, and they partially enslaved a small sect of them, now indoctrinated to be these mindless servants. But the reason they serve on the Citadel is everything to the plot of Mass Effect 1. This place is treated like this utopian garden of diplomacy and progress, a gift from those who came before, but none of these goofballs know that they are living on a huge mass relay. The mass relay that connects to dark space where the Reapers are waiting in hibernation. It's the portal that they have poured through every 50,000 years to harvest the galaxy time and time again. So, okay, let's now take all of that absurd information and follow this thread back to our favorite hater. How does Saren Arterius, a mere Turian, a Spectre, tap into all of this stuff? How does he become such an effective video game villain? Well, allow me to introduce to the equation one of the most interesting characters / things in this entire franchise. A Reaper, one single Reaper, who instead of hanging out in dark space with his kin, has been hiding here in the Milky Way since the previous extermination. This Reaper's name is Sovereign, and though he may look to us like a huge tentacle-themed starship, he is indeed an unfathomably old sentient machine that has spent millennia here in a state of half hibernation to do 3 simple things. Number 1, occasionally wake up to monitor the evolution cycles of the species that now populate the galaxy. Number 2, signal the start of the invasion to the Reapers in dark space when it's determined that it is time. And 3, open the door for them by sending a special signal to the Keepers on the Citadel, forcing them to activate the mass relay and begin the massacre. Well, around this time, Sovereign had already completed steps 1 and 2. The galaxy was ripe for the picking. But when that text was sent to the Keepers to start the party, something very unexpected happened. Absolutely nothing. The relay remained off and life continued to hum peacefully on, which for Sovereign was a perplexing and unacceptable outcome. So the Reaper immediately got to work investigating what went wrong and why. He had to find a new way to activate the Citadel as soon as possible, and eventually discovered that to do this, he was going to need a bit of help. Historically, one of my least favorite narrative devices in any kind of story is mind control. I mean, hypnosis, brainwashing, the use of magic, whatever it may be, when it's not done well and you're just making characters act out of their own nature or interest for the sake of advancing the plot, it's just so lame, it's so cheap. However, when it is done well, more subtly and intelligently as a combination of influence and coercion, it can be a very effective and pretty cool method of pushing an already great character firmly onto the path of darkness. Well, it just so happens that one of the Reaper's most sinister weapons is what Mass Effect calls indoctrination. Every single Reaper, including Sovereign, has this sort of mysterious sinister signal or energy field radiating from it that has a mind-melting effect on organic life forms. Think like a kind of synthetic Lovecraftian horror thing. At first confusing, disorienting, and very subtly suggesting certain behaviors until eventually you have full-on thrall servitude status as long as it suits the Reaper. Well, at some point, Saren Arterius was flying around the galaxy doing his Spectre activities when he came across Sovereign orbiting a small, insignificant world. A vacant ship far larger than any spacecraft he had ever seen in his life, with a construction, a design, and technology that just defied all explanation. When Saren then boarded the vessel to take a closer look, his mind swam with grim excitement. A new toy for him to play with, a tool to dismantle humanity's growing influence, a weapon that would serve him. And Sovereign, scanning the mind of this organic, realized that the pawn he had caught in his web, a Spectre with unfiltered access to the entire galaxy, it was the perfect servant. And so the Reaper made his move, revealing himself fully to Saren, speaking directly into his mind, explaining exactly who he was, explaining the fate of the countless civilizations that had come before this one, explaining very clearly that this cycle would soon repeat again, and there was nothing this Turian could do to stop it. Now, I just want you to imagine being in Saren's shoes in that moment. You are the first and only one to learn about the literal end of everything that you know. How harrowing would that be? How isolating? And not only that, but hearing this as the most decorated Spectre in the galaxy, having taken an oath to protect the stability of Citadel space no matter the cost. I mean, despite all of his flaws, that is who Saren is at this point. His life has been dedicated to the service of the greater good. So it's at that moment that this villain pivots completely in what he wants. Instead of wielding Sovereign as a vengeful gavel, he decided he had to honor his duties as a Spectre by doing the unthinkable, aiding the Reapers. If this Vasion was truly unstoppable, his only option was to prove the intelligence, the strength, the worth of organic life to these robot fellas firsthand. He is convinced that by offering himself, the Citadel races have a slim chance at salvation, which is better than nothing. But of course, where is the line in that thought between Saren's own will and Sovereign's indoctrination powers, which were surely in full effect in that moment? It's simply impossible to know. And in this way, my friends, Saren establishes himself as one of my personal favorite video game villains. He is in many ways the science fiction edition of Saruman from The Lord of the Rings. Now think about it for a second. A being of incredible status, influence, and power who has their deepest ambitions and fears exaggerated and exploited by communing with a tool of an ancient evil. The Palantir for Saruman and Sovereign for Saren. A villain who sees this black wave on the horizon and would much prefer to join the opposition before it breaks. This sort of vain, manipulated effort to save what little they see as still savable in the world of the good. They look at the heroes and think, you're wasting your time, you know? The tragic but still hateable kind of antagonist that feels so passionately they are in the right, but of course are merely being used. It's so good. I just love it. But another key thing that Saren learns after joining the Reaper efforts is that Sovereign is being actively worshipped as a god by this species called the Geth. A rogue AI race that have long quarreled with the Citadel, and in them, Saren finds his army of minions he gets to command. The waves of enemies that you, the player, get to pump full of lead, all throughout Mass Effect. And then there is this sizable chunk of time here where the actions of Saren and Sovereign are a complete mystery. At some point, this powerful and respected spiritual leader of the Asari, Matriarch Benezia, notices that something is kinda up with the famous Spectre, so she joins his company to try to lead him down the right path. But tragically, she also falls to the indoctrination of the Reaper, joining their effort as a super powerful ally. And well, would you look at that, you suddenly have the shape of a damn good setup for a video game. So now, we get to ask my favorite question, what are we, the player, gonna do to stop all this? Over the years, I have grown to deeply appreciate games that waste no time in tossing the player right into some big, hard-hitting narrative movement in the first, 10 minutes. And honestly, I think you would be hard-pressed to find a role-playing game that hits the ground running quite like Mass Effect 1 does. After the player creates their version of Commander Shepard and selects Vanguard, the only perfect class in the game, you take control of your hero just as the crew of the Normandy is en route to the human colony world Eden Prime to covertly pick up something that was found there, a pristinely intact beacon of Prothean origin. And joining Commander Shepard on this mission is a highly respected Turian Spectre called Nihilus, which signals that this is pretty serious business and the Council is closely monitoring the situation. But just seconds later, the Normandy receives a chaotic message from the surface indicating someone else beat you to it. The colony is being attacked, humans are actively being slaughtered, and this haunting image of what looks to be a huge grasping hand thing in the sky. So Shepard and his boys touch down as Nihilus goes on ahead because he's a Spectre. And soon enough, you're fighting through waves of Geth, getting accustomed to the way combat and cover works, while discovering how absolutely ass the default PC key bindings are. But it is only 5 to 10 minutes into this tutorial that we are shown quite a scene.
Saren. Nihilus. This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
What an amazing little introduction. Saren looks great. The ghastly gray skin, the blue accents, what looks to be a cybernetic Geth arm and eyeballs. The way he just ices his former buddy. It is so good at communicating everything you need to know at this point about the villain and nothing else. I also think it's really interesting when games take this cinematic yet splintered approach to storytelling, because for like 95% of Mass Effect 1, you are glued to Shepard's very limited perspective. But then the game will occasionally show moments like this to the player that the commander isn't present for, you know? I mean, literally right after this, the party finds Nihlus' corpse on the ground and this guy nervously tells you exactly what happened, which pretty much communicates the same thing but in a more mysterious, eerie way that I actually quite like. So choices like these from a game development and presentation standpoint might seem small, but dude, they have a huge impact on how the player views a game's narrative and of course, a game's villain.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
Now this little scene illustrates another key trait of this antagonist, that he is always at least one step ahead, just out of reach. He's already found the beacon you came here to collect, and he's communicating with it in some way, which can't be good. But when Shepard and his party finally catch up through waves of Geth, Saren is already long gone. Just the Prothean cell phone tower radiating some weird vibe over there, when suddenly the commander is pulled into it where he experiences something inexplicable.
Shepard! No, don't touch him! Too dangerous!
A little longer than a few minutes later.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime, the Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
It really is an excellent opening half hour. You have a quick, fun, easy combat system introduced, an intimidating as hell bad guy, a huge amount of mystery, and some wonderful characters already making their presence felt. And of course, upon Shepard waking up from this event, the narrative is flooded with Saren discourse. Who was that? What was he doing? What does a Spectre attacking a human colony mean for the Council? The fact that he killed a fellow agent? That crazy-ass ship he's flying? It's all super disorienting to a first-time player, and once the party heads back to the Citadel to report this incident, there is a very realistic amount of booty-ass bureaucracy you gotta deal with the Council. Because, of course, they don't believe that their top agent could possibly behave this way. They need some concrete proof for accusations so serious. And there is definitely a little bit of anti-human vitriol in the way that this report is received. Then, in a really cool moment, Saren kinda stands trial over Zoom, denying all involvement while smack-talking Shepard and his apparent candidacy for the Spectres.
And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed.
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
God, he's such a prick, isn't he? I love it. Can't even be bothered to show up in person.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
And I gotta say, just a wonderful voice acting performance by the super talented Fred Tatasciore, one of the GOATs. And so it falls to Shepard and his ragtag crew to find some way to incriminate the greatest Spectre in the galaxy. You do need some hard evidence, and after hunting around the Citadel, making some new friends, and poking your nose where it definitely shouldn't be, that's exactly what you find. By helping out this Quarian woman, Tali, whose race originally created the Geth, you get your hands on a perfectly preserved Geth memory core, which contains some humongous information. First, a recording of Saren's voice talking about something he is searching for called the Conduit, as well as conveniently admitting to the attack on Eden Prime. And second is, oh my goodness, the first ever details about these mysterious Reapers. which Shepard immediately connects to the vision he experienced, claiming he saw splintered images of the Protheans being wiped out. And suddenly, this is an even bigger deal than anyone first thought. So with all of this information, the Council can't deny what they are being shown any longer. They agree that Saren has indeed gone rogue. However, they don't buy the whole Reapers thing at all. They think Saren is just making that stuff up to control the Geth and do something else for his own personal gain, which it does kind of make sense. Shepard is then selected to become the first ever human Spectre in Citadel history, with his first mission being an obvious one, to track down and bring Saren Arterius to justice by any means necessary. Over the last 5 or so years of making villain videos on this channel, I have come to see certain patterns in the way video game antagonists are often structured. Archetypes within archetypes, if you will. And with Saren, after this extremely strong center stage introduction, he actually pulls a bit of a Houdini and disappears entirely for dozens upon dozens of hours of game time. And this, my friends, plants him into one of my favorite villainous categories on Ghost Charm's periodic table of bad guys. The Kevin McAllisters, villains who instead of being all up in your face throughout the experience, prefer to set up some super sinister things before your arrival, constructing a minefield of dangers for you to stumble and struggle through as they remain comfortably out of reach watching until the very end. And this is really what makes the original Mass Effect so special to me when compared to its sequels. The story is presented like what it truly is, a mystery. Commander Shepard has no idea what Saren is really doing and why, where he's headed. He doesn't know anything about the Protheans, about the Citadel, the nature of the Reapers, etc. So it's only by slowly following Saren's footsteps detective style and very carefully dismantling each one of his villainous efforts along the way that you begin to piece together what's really happening. And it all starts out with these 3 super simple leads. The first, to find an Asari woman named Liara, an expert on Prothean technology that may be able to help Shepard better understand the vision he experienced. Second, to head to the world Pharos, where Geth have been particularly active on the ground. And third, the planet Noveria, where there have been recent reports of Geth sightings up in the snowy mountains. There's really not much to go on. And of course, there are also tons of optional side planets and quests and activities where you have to drive the stupid-ass car around. Damn, I hate the car. But when you investigate each of these 3 leads, you very satisfyingly illuminate some new angle to Saren's villainy or what he's trying to do. Like when you go find Liara, you learn that Saren had a very similar idea. He's been trying to kidnap her to use her expertise to find this so-called conduit that he's hunting for. On Pharos, you learn that Saren sent armies of Geth down here to uncover an ancient sentient plant with ties to the Protheans called the Thorium. He successfully extracted some sort of memory, a piece of knowledge from this thing called the Cipher, which allows him to interpret the Prothean visions with a ton more clarity. Then, on the snowy world of Noveria, my favorite of the 3, you are told that Saren is actually this influential investor in the genetic engineering corporation called Binary Helix. And in one of the laboratories here, he's been conducting robust research trying to revive and breed Rachni, a previously extinct, incredibly dangerous insect race that he wants to use as an army. He's also trying to extract from the mind of the Rachni Queen the location of a very specific mass relay he needs to reach this conduit. And I love these moments because you're constantly reminded that Saren is no dummy. He's got so many connections throughout the galaxy, so many ways to amass power and information, and he's pulling every string he's got. Also at the end of Noveria is where you encounter Matriarch Benezia in combat, which honestly is a super tragic character, and she shares some fascinating insight on how influential this villain can be.
People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
And it's worth noting that throughout all of these events and adventures, your party members, people back at the Citadel, quest givers you interact with, vendors, everyone is constantly talking about Saren. And listen, if you have a villain in that Kevin McAllister mold where they do vanish until the very end, you need this sort of thing to keep their presence felt. I mean, Rex, one of your party members, tells a chilling story about crossing paths with Saren years back during some mercenary work and just feeling like a terrible aura from the guy, so Rex left the job. And then a few days later, all the other mercs he was working alongside turned up dead. Captain Anderson sharing all of his insane first-hand experiences with the fallen Spectre because they used to work together. Garrus is super passionate as a Turian about bringing Saren to justice. Other characters say how terrified they are of him. It's all just wonderfully clear writing. It really does feel like one of the famous characters in this setting suddenly turned evil, and it means something. It's just great. But after completing these initial 3 leads and making some genuine progress in tracking down Saren, Shepard receives an urgent message from the Council that an espionage unit of Solarians has uncovered something on the tropical world of Virmire. And what you find when you land down on the surface yourself is nothing short of shocking. More levels where you gotta be in the stupid fucking car. On this planet, Saren has been constructing humongous laboratories, capturing scientists to work for him and conducting probably unethical experiments as he attempts to solve yet another genetic puzzle, the Krogan genophage. So this is kind of a whole other rabbit hole, but long story short, the Krogans, what Rex here is, were once such a danger to galactic stability that they were actually poisoned with a DNA-altering weapon that made them unable to procreate. But Saren has seemingly cracked the code on this, hoping to reinforce his Geth and Rachni numbers with Krogans as well, and that is a fighting force I don't think anyone in Citadel space would be able to stop. But far more interesting than that, also within these labs, Saren has been doing some serious private research about the effects of Sovereign's indoctrination, indicating that he was genuinely feeling worried that he wasn't in as control of himself as he thought. But while investigating Saren's private quarters on Virmire, Shepard encounters a second Prothean beacon just like the one you saw on Eden Prime, and after interacting with this one, tweaking out yet again and experiencing more visions, something deeply terrifying occurs.
You are not Saren.
What is that? Some kind of VI interface?
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. You touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding.
I don't think this is a VI.
There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign. Reaper, a label created by the Protheans to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they chose to call us is irrelevant. We simply are. Organic life is nothing but a genetic mutation. An accident. Your lives are measured in years and decades. You wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence. Before us, you are nothing. Your extinction is inevitable. We are the end of everything.
This incredible conversation with Sovereign is where we learn so many of the huge plot points that we covered in the first third of this video. It puts into perspective for the very first time just how hopeless the fight against the Reapers really is, how insignificant all you meatbags truly are.
Your civilization is based on the technology of the mass relays. Our technology. By using it, your society develops along the paths we desire. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it.
It makes you think of Saren going through the very same thing, alone aboard that ship. The writing of Sovereign's dialogue, the voice, the big red hologram, the background music, it is absolute cinema. Definitely one of my favorite scenes BioWare has ever drawn up, and that is saying something. But soon enough, the time for talking is over. Saren is headed your way, he's extremely pissed off, and Shepard's trying to blow this whole place sky high. But of course, just as you are setting the charge, Saren makes his grand re-entrance into the story.
I applaud you, Shepard. My Geth were utterly convinced the Solarians were the real threat. An impressive diversion. Of course, it was all for nothing. I can't let you disrupt what I've accomplished here. You can't possibly understand what's really at stake. You've seen the vision from the beacons, Shepard. You of all people should understand what the Reapers are capable of. They cannot be stopped. Do not mire yourself in pointless revolt. Do not sacrifice everything for the sake of petty freedoms. The Protheans tried to fight, and they were utterly destroyed. Trillions dead,
But what if they had bowed before the invaders? Would the Protheans still exist? Is submission not preferable to extinction?
Do you really believe the Reapers will let us live?
Now you see why I never came forward with this to the Council. We organics are driven by emotion instead of logic. We will fight even when we know we cannot win. But if we work with the Reapers, if we make ourselves useful, think how many lives can be spared. Once I understood this, I joined Sovereign. Though I was aware of the dangers, I had hoped this facility could protect me.
Sovereign's manipulating you and you don't even know it. You're already under its power.
No, Sovereign needs me. If I find the conduit, I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope.
This really is his big Saruman moment. He lays it all out there so proudly, and I don't know. I think you can hear in Saren's voice that he isn't 100% convinced of these things himself at times. To me, this is a guy fighting against that tiny speck of reason still flickering in his brain. But hey, if he wants to fight, that is what Shepard has been waiting for. But to be honest, this whole encounter is a little bit funny for me, with him flying around on his green goblin-ass hoverboard up there and his Geth minions just kind of awkwardly wandering around the arena. And even more awkward when the fight suddenly concludes and you get these jarring Avengers-style jump cuts as he takes a nice Earth-sized punch to the schnoz, baby, before escaping to fight another day. Because in classic villain fashion, this was all merely a setback. Saren then heads to the planet of Ilos, his final destination, which was once the center of Prothean research and society, because it's here where the thing we still don't understand, the conduit, awaits. And it's definitely satisfying at this point to feel like this antagonist who's always been 2 or 3 steps ahead is now just like a half step ahead. But Ilos probably is the coolest planet in all of Mass Effect 1. Visually, it's like a cross between Forerunner Halo technology and DE Aztec from Counter-Strike. All these old overgrown courtyards and buildings and laboratories where these people once flourished. And toward the very end, during a merciful break from a car section, you experience this long, melancholy, and incredibly important conversation with a virtual intelligence program left behind by the Protheans named Vigil. And through Vigil, you learn all about the Citadel being the trap that it is, about the Keepers being the key holders of the Reaper's harvest. You learn that the conduit is something the Protheans constructed themselves as they were better understanding mass relay technology, and it is a teleporter that leads from Ilos directly to the heart of the Citadel. Vigil also educates Shepard on the step-by-step horror of the Prothean eradication, and how at the end of it all, facing annihilation, a small group of researchers used the conduit to go to the Citadel and alter the relay signals for future use. That is why Sovereign's text to the Keepers was initially ignored. It's what has given the Citadel races of now the slimmest of chances of stopping the Reapers, and it's of course what eventually gave rise to Saren Arterius. Oh shit, Saren. All that time Shepard spends talking to Vigil means the villain's already on the move, and you know what that means. One last ride in the car, baby. Honestly, it's kind of awesome to see how successfully Saren, and Sovereign for that matter, have executed their plan up to this point. He has begun a surprise assault with Sovereign on the Citadel. And I just want to personally thank on the record whoever at BioWare decided that this last push through the burning Citadel would happen in zero gravity, like on the walls. It is just fantastic. But all good and bad things, well, they must come to an end. And finally, Shepard reaches where else but the Council Chambers, where Saren, about to open the relay, has been waiting. This is what it all comes down to. Spectre versus Spectre.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard.
In time for what?
The final confrontation. I think we both expected it would end like this. You've lost. You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You survived our encounter on Virmire, but I've changed since then. Improved. Sovereign has upgraded me.
You let Sovereign implant you? Are you insane?
I suppose I should thank you, Shepard. After Virmire, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said. about Sovereign manipulating me, about indoctrination. The doubts began to eat away at me. Sovereign sensed my hesitation. I was implanted to strengthen my resolve. Now my doubts are gone. I believe in Sovereign completely. I understand that the Reapers need organics. Join us, and Sovereign will find a place for you, too.
Sovereign's controlling you through your implants. Don't you see that?
The relationship is symbiotic, organic and machine, intertwined, a union of flesh and steel. The strengths of both, the weaknesses of neither. I am a vision of the future, Shepard, the evolution of all organic life. This is our destiny. Join Sovereign and experience a true rebirth.
Sovereign hasn't won yet. I can stop it from taking control of the station. Step aside and the invasion will never happen.
We can't stop it, not forever. You saw the visions. You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
Some part of you must still realize this is wrong. You can fight this.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for the implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
It's not over yet. You can still redeem yourself.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
Wow, that tiny shred of Saren, the real old Saren that wants to believe what Shepard is saying is possible. He can ultimately overcome the indoctrination, these new implants, and everything else that he has done up to this point. And in that sudden shock of clarity, Saren sees that it isn't so hopeless, that he can do something right here and now to stop the Reapers by immediately removing his usefulness from the equation. It's just amazing. It absolutely makes me question everything about Saren's actions before and how in control he ever was. If maybe a part of him was screaming internally all along the way, unable to stop himself. I guess we'll never know. But hey, if you thought that was the end, you might be forgetting about a certain ageless sentient machine right outside the window. Because this Sovereign guy, well, he's pretty smart. He had the foresight to prepare for Saren to fail him in this exact way, and those implants that Mr. Arterius just mentioned, well, here they are in their full glory. And this final fight is awesome. By far the best boss in all of Mass Effect 1. Honestly, I love this little arena, like a claustrophobic, pitted garden. And it's beyond disturbing to see Saren's corpse being used like this, stretched beyond its natural limits like a spider. It's very good stuff. And once you finally grind this thing down and you're able to kill it, Sovereign shields are short-circuited for just a split second, allowing the Normandy outside to make a run, destroying the Reaper at last. And just like that, the Citadel is saved. The galaxy is saved, and Shepard, along with his entire crew, are celebrated as heroes. Now, I am not exaggerating when I say Saren is easily one of the most underappreciated villains in all of video game history. Even within the Mass Effect series, he seems oddly overlooked in favor of Sovereign, the Reapers at large, or the Elusive Man. But what Saren has, which sets him apart and makes him so compelling to me personally, is the identical stature of the hero. He's just a Turian, just a guy. I mean, he's exceptional, yes, intelligent, dangerous, driven, but he's no superhero. He bleeds just like any organic life form. He feels fear, tremendous fear, that is twisted into evil. He wants badly, at least in the beginning, exactly what Shepard does, to protect the Milky Way regardless of the methods required. And though he is ruthless, never a great person by any measure, he is, ultimately, a perfect puppet at the perfect time for the perfect puppet master. And if he had succeeded here in the end, ushering in the next purge, I am 100% positive that he just as quickly would have been discarded. As the series eventually continues on with Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, the narrative kind of loses that sense of mystery that I love here so much. But for me, the ghost of Saren is never far behind. A haunting reminder that your actions as a Spectre will drive the course of galactic history for better or for worse, and that even well-intentioned goals, when stained with hatred and warped by the power of something far greater than yourself, can be just enough to bring an entire galaxy to the brink of destruction.
Mass Effect, a series with many memorable characters, deep themes, heartfelt moments, and good humor. But it's hard to straight up say that it is a well-written series. It is absolutely not written poorly. It is miles above the vast majority of video games. But it's tricky to just say that the writing is unambiguously good. The trilogy very clearly did not have its story planned out. The Collectors and the Crucible are central aspects of 2 and 3, and both come from out of nowhere. There's plot holes, contrivances, and certain choices you make that end up being meaningless. But the games end up feeling good as a whole package because of those strengths that I listed earlier. And most importantly among those is the characters. With only a handful of exceptions, the characters of Mass Effect are an absolutely standout cast with emotional depth that gets you very invested, and BioWare did a great job of paying that investment off. One of those beloved characters that gets you deeply invested in them is Legion. And you might be wondering, if that's the case, how is there wasted potential? It's a character you get invested in. Isn't that BioWare sticking the landing? Not quite. Because if you take a closer critical look at Legion and the Geth storyline as a whole, its arc and the satisfaction it brings collapse fast. One thing that hurts Legion is that there is another character who follows pretty much an identical story trajectory to them, but is handled much better. Mordin Solus. For a full analysis on every little thing they did perfectly with Mordin, you can check out this video of mine. Mordin and Legion are both proxies for story arcs present in the series, those being the Genophage and the Quarian-Geth conflict. Both of these are connected to what the villain Saren does in Mass Effect 1, and they both have a character who joins your squad who represents one side of the conflict to explain it to the player. Then, in Mass Effect 2, you get a character who represents the other side of the conflict, and learn that the issue is more complicated than it seems. Rex is anti-Genophage, Mordin is pro-Genophage. Tali sides with the Quarians, Legion sides with the Geth. Then, in Mass Effect 3, these storylines are brought to a close in a manner decided by the player, as the characters from each side work together. I want to clarify that the conflicts differ significantly from an ethics standpoint, and the storylines are very distinct from each other. This isn't some lazy copy-paste. It's a phenomenal structure for what they're doing, so it's smart to use it twice in parallel. And we know this structure works well because the Genophage storyline is perfect. I really have no notes. I genuinely think it's one of the best storylines in any video game, period. So the Quarian-Geth conflict has a lot to live up to, especially since it comes directly after the Genophage arc in Mass Effect 3. But it's fine if it's not as perfect. It's not a mark against the game that only one of their storylines is one of the best ever told, and the other is only great. But honestly, it's not great. I'll get back to this. First, let's focus on Legion themselves. Legion is a very interesting character, because when you meet them, they shatter a few conceptions that have been true of every single Geth you've encountered thus far. Until you meet Legion, Geth are universally hostile to you, and they do not speak. When you first see Legion, the only things you know about them are that they are not hostile to you, they can speak, they know who you are, and they are a Geth. So you're faced with this blatant contradiction for the rules established in the previous game and upheld so far in this one. You are then given a decision whether to sell Legion for cash or keep it for study.
I saw enough of these things I need in Prime. Space it.
No, you can't space it because that would be fucking stupid, Jacob, you goddamn idiot. Once you keep it for study, you then have to go and manually activate it. There's effectively no reason not to take this course of action, because by this point in the game, money is pretty much worthless, and if you don't activate Legion, they just sit there doing literally nothing. But the fact you have to make the choice to keep them, and then manually activate them, gives you a very strong buy-in. You are taking the active role in figuring out this mystery. It's not just introduced and then immediately explained. Once you talk with Legion, they agree to join your squad, almost always being the last character to join your crew in Mass Effect 2. And that's the first huge issue with Legion, when they're introduced. Multiple times throughout Mass Effect 2, the game forcibly starts a mission once you've met certain parameters. There are only 2 missions that the player starts of their own volition: the final suicide mission in the Collector base, and the collection of the Reaper IFF. However, the game still forces your hand at starting the final mission. After you collect the Reaper IFF, it starts another countdown, where after you complete 2 missions, the crew of the Normandy gets kidnapped, and then the longer you take to rescue them from the Collector base, the more of them die. This means there are only 2 spots throughout the game where you can take your time, do any mission you like, and move entirely at your own pace. One spot is post-game, after you have beaten the Collectors, and the other is after the mission on the derelict Collector ship before acquiring the Reaper IFF. This is the only mission in the game where there is absolutely nothing that pushes or forces you to start it at a certain time. So this is the best time to do the DLC, get stronger, and most importantly, do the crew's loyalty missions. Doing a character's loyalty mission has a few benefits, but the main reason to do it is to get the character's loyalty, as a loyal character is more likely to survive the final mission in the Collector base. These missions make up the bulk of the main content of Mass Effect 2. To get the best ending, you want to do the majority of content before starting the mission to acquire the Reaper IFF. And that mission is where you recruit Legion. This means Legion has an absolutely minuscule presence in Mass Effect 2 unless you save all the DLC for post-game. In my video on Mordin, I talk about how his strong and frequent presence in the game gives him a ton of room to breathe and develop a strong, complex relationship with Shepard, so you can see how Legion suffers from a small presence. The poor guy is sidelined super hard. You have to have the majority of their in-depth conversations in the post-game, when you have already exhausted every other character's dialogue long ago. You have to go so far out of your way to have all the possible conversations with Legion. Compare again to Mordin, whose conversation progression is worked so naturally into the flow of the game, thanks to his position by the weapon upgrade station, which you constantly visit. Legion does at least have one thing to kind of make up for it, in that they and Tali have a huge amount of unique dialogue. One of Mass Effect 2's biggest issues is that the characters all pretty much entirely ignore each other and only talk to Shepard, so it's nice to see an actual character dynamic. However, this really doesn't fix the issue, because realistically, you'll only see the dialogue you get for bringing Tali on Legion's loyalty mission, as well as their argument. Bringing Legion on Tali's loyalty mission has a ton of super interesting interactions, but it straight up does not make sense in the context of the mission. It pushes way too far out of suspension of disbelief that she could be acquitted of the charge of bringing active Geth onto the fleet while standing next to the active Geth she brought onto the fleet. There's a cute scene if you bring Legion on Tali's recruitment mission, but if you are seeing the scene, it means you fucked up, and will either lose crewmates in the Collector base or head in with Tali or Legion not loyal due to the mission timer. So even with this great dynamic, Legion is still left with a small presence. And it's vital to note that Legion was not written with this late entrance in mind. In fact, they were originally supposed to be one of the earliest companions in the game, and they have dialogue permissions they literally cannot take part in.
I'm offering to be your friend. You don't want to be my enemy.
There is a high statistical probability of death by gunshot. A punch to the face is also likely.
According to Legion's writer, Chris L.,
the reason Legion has dialogue in every mission is because originally its acquisition could come much earlier in the game. The late game critical path point of acquiring the Reaper IFF was going to be a separate mission. That additional work that seemed unnecessary when the IFF could be neatly folded into what already existed for Legion's acquisition with a few dialogue changes. The drawback is that now you're forced to choose between hearing half of Legion's dialogue, its latter two Normandy conversations, and saving Normandy's crew by heading through Omega-4 immediately after they get captured.
That is a monumentally stupid trade-off. To learn about a character, you have to arbitrarily let half the crew die. Just straight up moronic. The worst part is how easy it is to fix this. I've mentioned in the past that I use a save editor to collect certain footage, but it has plenty of other uses. One thing you can do is prevent the automatic trigger of the crew getting kidnapped. By doing this, you can do the Reaper IFF mission as soon as you get it, and recruit Legion while still having plenty of content left. This completely and entirely fixes the issue of them getting sidelined. Making it so you manually trigger the abduction helps Legion so much, because you are no longer forced onto a timer to finish the game as soon as you recruit them. Anyways, I hate this section so much I could do a whole video on how it's poorly written and designed, but we're just going to move on. As much as this design decision hurts Legion, it does mean that many people miss out on issues that crop up in the Geth Quarian storyline in Mass Effect 3. If you only had half the possible conversations with Legion, your understanding of Geth philosophy is going to be significantly more simplistic, and thus you miss the blatant contradictions presented in Mass Effect 3. The entire resolution of the Geth storyline is built not on following through what we know about them, but rather entirely changing their wants and desires. It starts off pretty good. The reunion with Legion makes sense and is quite interesting. The writing at this point in the story does stay consistent with Mass Effect 2. The conversations between Shepard and Legion follow up Mass Effect 2 very well. Legion gives a logical explanation as to why the Geth are now working with the Reapers, and they tell you what the outcome of the choice you made at the end of their loyalty mission ended up being. After you're done on the Normandy, you decide which of two missions you want to undertake next. One of them is very strong narratively. The mission to rescue Admiral Zalkoris has a ton of good moments. Zalkoris is a character that was introduced in Mass Effect 2 as the antagonist of Tali's loyalty mission. In that, he's trying to get her exiled for treason and playing dirty as he does so. But when you talk to him, he expresses his view on the Geth Quarian conflict, and you have this interesting moment where Shepard's goals line up more with the antagonist of the mission than their own squad mate. In Mass Effect 3, it's made clear that he's been right the entire time, and by this point, Tali has actually more come around to his side. He's also characterized very strongly. He demands that you rescue his crew instead of him, and he refuses to give you his coordinates unless you pass a speech check to convince him that his leadership is still needed to prevent further deaths. It's essentially a redemption arc, where we're the ones being redeemed, seeing that he was right all along and is genuinely a good guy. To be clear, you do have the option to disagree with Chorus and support the war with the Geth, but the game's push so heavily towards peace that this choice ends up about as one-sided as saving David. The other of the two missions, and the scene that plays after you've completed either one, are where things start to really fall apart fast. First, let's look at the scene that plays after completing one mission.
That's a fully evolved AI.
Yes, we do not agree with the goals of the old machines, but we find this growth beautiful, indicative of life.
Indicative of life? The Geths were already alive! With this, they completely abandon any semblance of the Geth being a unique, semi-hive mind that is insanely alien to the way we perceive existence. They have now gone into the old trope of craving sentience, wanting to be real, something they very explicitly did not want before.
I wanted to treat AI with more respect than the tired Pinocchio, I want to be a real boy cliches of Commander Data. The Geth are machines. There's absolutely no reason they should want to be organics. They should be allowed to be strong enough to want to better themselves, not change themselves.
The Geth have never craved individuality. In fact, they've scorned it. Mass Effect 2 ends with a fight against a Reaper larva. The humans captured have been reduced into genetic material and used to create this Reaper, combining them all into one grand machine. It is a monstrosity. This entire section is meant to evoke disgust and horror, and your squad mates respond accordingly, except for Legion.
An interesting choice, Shepard Commander. Your species was offered everything Geth aspired to. True unity, understanding, transcendence.
This thing is everything the Geth ever wanted. They all want to be together, with no Geth ever being alone. The exact opposite of individuality. That final conversation that I mentioned is Legion telling Shepard about the grand project that the Geth were constructing. A megastructure that can house every single Geth program, so none are ever alone again. You cannot get further from individuality. If we jump to the end of the storyline, we can see that the writers really double down on making this individuality everything the Geth want. Again, they would be alive. And this insistence on using the Reaper code is entirely at odds with the philosophy of the Geth in Mass Effect 2. Remember how I said Chris L. was Legion's writer? That was only half true. He was Legion's writer for Mass Effect 2. He was not brought back for Mass Effect 3. And the most simple, depressing proof that the new writers just did not understand what the Geth were is this iconic line.
Do you remember the question that caused the creators to attack us, Tali'Zorah? Does this unit have a soul?
But that question, does this unit have a soul, is not correct. That was not the question asked. We know this because Legion will play you the recording of the question when it was asked.
Dama. Unit has an inquiry. What is it, 431? Do these units have a soul? Who taught you that word? We learned it ourselves.
The question was, do these units have a soul? This might seem like such a tiny thing to harp on, but it shows that they truly just could not grasp the concept of a race that does not think on an individual level. Why else would they retcon the question that is the emotional core of this moment? In Mass Effect 1, you fight Geth who have decided to worship the Reapers and serve them in hopes of receiving their technology, a Reaper body to upload all their programs into. Legion teaches you that these were not representative of the Geth as a whole, but rather that they are heretics who split off from the main Geth population. Most Geth did not want to work with the Reapers, but it wasn't due to an objection to the whole mass extermination of organic life thing. They were against the promised reward. This split in Geth gets so bad that Legion works with you explicitly because you killed so many Geth heretics in Mass Effect 1. His loyalty mission is exterminating or forcefully reprogramming the bulk of the heretic population. And then in Mass Effect 3, he pushes the exact heretic ideology, the Geth growing stronger through Reaper tech. Now, there are a few ways you can say this is explained in-universe. The Geth megastructure was destroyed, and without these Reaper upgrades, the Quarians will wipe them out. So perhaps they simply feel that they have no choice, and that Reaper upgrades are preferable to extinction. But no, we know this is because Legion's writer didn't return, and the new ones just didn't understand the Geth. We know that because of what Legion says if you refuse to upload the Reaper code.
No. We will not allow you to decide our fate. Uploading the code.
This line is so hollow, simply mimicking the words said in Mass Effect 2 with zero understanding of their meaning. Uploading the code is deciding the entire fate of the Geth. It is irreversibly forcing them down the path of Reaper technology. If this is the only way to prevent Geth extinction, it is still their future being decided for them. This is a contradiction of the Geth ideology presented to us before, plain and simple.
You rejected it. You even refused the possibility of using the old machine's gifts to achieve it on your species' own terms. You are more like us than we thought.
There's only one way you could look at this and possibly say it's not just a full-on retcon. But even that explanation requires so much theorizing and headcanoning that I'm going to put it in a pinned comment instead of diving into it here. And the Geth are not the only ones facing retcons. The Quarians do as well. We see this in the other of the two missions I mentioned. In this one, you actually go inside the collective Geth intelligence via a simulated environment that allows you to comprehend it. The whole interface with a machine intelligence by making it all cubes is super pseudo sci-fi mumbo jumbo, but it doesn't break suspension of disbelief, because we saw the technology that allows humans to interface with the Geth intelligence in Mass Effect 2 with the Overlord DLC. The premise is not the issue, but rather the information presented. We see these recordings of what occurred during the Morning War. So I should probably explain what the Morning War is first. When the Geth began asking philosophical questions, the Quarians realized that the machine race they created for free labor was now intelligent to the point of sentience, and they attempted to permanently shut down every Geth. In response, the Geth fought back and absolutely destroyed the Quarians in a crushing defeat. The remaining living Quarians fled off-world, and the Geth chose not to pursue. Those Quarians then formed a society based on a flotilla of hundreds of ships traveling through space, rather than resettling onto a new world. That society has obviously evolved over the 3 centuries since the Morning War into what we see in-game. It's a rather tragic story because the actions of both sides were understandable. The Quarians' fears about the danger the Geth possessed were founded. The Geth destroy the Quarians without any issue, and in the future, many would willingly serve as the ground troopers for Sovereign. If they deactivated the Geth before they become a sentient living race, it would have been the right call. But we know that they were too late, and instead tried to snuff out a race of living beings into extinction. Obviously, the Geth defended themselves from this. Even in Mass Effect 1, where they are universally painted as the enemy force working for the Reapers, Shepard sympathizes with them. They couldn't be expected to simply be killed off. But in response, they destroyed the Quarians to a horrific degree. An entire population cut down to 1% of its original size. In Mass Effect 2, you learn that the Geth did not ally with the Reapers as you thought they did, but rather that it was a splinter group that did so. This makes them more sympathetic, because not only did they defend themselves in the past, the majority have not acted aggressively towards organic life in the time since. However, there's still one big act of evil that the Geth are undeniably responsible for: the genocide of the Quarians. You cannot kill millions upon millions and reduce a population down by 99% in defense. There is no way for the Geth to have defeated the Quarians in the manner they did without taking part in full-on merciless slaughter of every single one they came across, including non-combatants and children. But this mission says that the Geth only defended themselves, and every Quarian that died was acting completely aggressively when the Geth didn't want to fight. This is not just presented as the Geth perspective. These are recordings, footage. The game is presenting these as facts, and it is bullshit. The story you're shown has the Geth entirely blameless, and says that the Quarians would kill their own people if they sympathized with the Geth. It entirely rewrites the narrative to paint the Geth as pure innocent victims, and it does not make sense. There is absolutely no way for the Geth to have killed 99% of a planet's population, millions upon millions, while simply acting defensively as shown here. And of course it doesn't show you any Quarians begging for their life or being slaughtered by the Geth in brutal ways, even though that is the only way it could have gone down to get death counts that high. And it's not just retcons or omissions of the history, they also make the current Quarians more villainous. Admiral Han Garel is supposed to be the inversion of Admiral Zal Koris. He's unashamedly on your side in Tali's loyalty mission, but it becomes quite clear that his opinions on the Geth are wrong and actively against Shepard's interests. However, in Mass Effect 3, he doesn't reveal a different side of himself that was shown slightly in the past. He's just an entirely different character. In Mass Effect 2, he's an admiral who genuinely cares about his people, and Tali especially. He was a close friend of her father, but he is clearly stubborn and willing to bend the rules. In Mass Effect 3, he's a psychopathic moron. You disable a massive Geth dreadnought to give the Quarians a chance to flee the battle they're in. Instead, Han Garel immediately attacks the dreadnought and forces the entire fleet to follow his lead. And keep in mind, this is a dreadnought that you are currently on. He does not hesitate to kill you and Tali, somebody who he clearly cared about, the daughter of one of his closest friends. And at this point in the story, she's a fellow admiral as well, usually. He is absolutely remorseless, simply cutting off communication after condemning you to near certain death. And at the end of the quest line, the final check is convincing him to stand down and not attack the Geth. If you are unable to persuade him and do not stop Legion from uploading the code, his actions lead to the deaths of millions of Quarians and the final extinction of his entire race. You don't even get any sort of dialogue with him after the fact, where he admits what a prick he's been. He's purely an obstacle. There is this argument between Admiral Shala Ran and him, where the Quarian fleet gets stronger if you support Han Garel and weaker if you support Shala Ran, showing that he is making the right call here. But this is the game telling you and not showing you that he's a competent commander. We never actually see him make a single good call in this game. And as much as Mass Effect 3 does basically ruin the character, it does feel really good to hit him. Just like it feels really good to hit that subscribe button. I know nobody likes the shilling and stuff, but apparently it works, so I'm trying it. I'm bringing up the graph now, you can't stop me. 5% of people who watch are subscribed, 95% aren't. That's mean, guys.
Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. For a while back there, we thought we might be able to avoid the black hole. They'd been lurking as shadows in our theories of gravity forever. Enough mass crammed into a small enough space would lead to a gravitational field from which not even life could escape from the surrounding surface that we call the event horizon. The event horizon generates paradoxes that worry physicists, and the singularity of infinite density within the black hole worries them even more. And so many brave physicists have fought for centuries to prove that these monsters don't exist. They hoped nature would step in to save us from the theoretical horror of ultimate gravitational collapse. One of our final hopes is the Planck star, a ball of energy at the heart of the black hole, like frozen shards of the Big Bang. Well, let's hope they're real, for physics' sake.
Before we get started, a couple of quick announcements. First, we have some new data. Liking and commenting really does help get the episodes shared. So, please do both of those things. And we've also learned that the number one reason that people support us on Patreon isn't actually the perks. It's simply to support the Space Time community and the work that we do. So, for those of you who do support, thank you so much. But don't get me wrong, there are perks, and they're good. There's a link in the description if you'd like to join. This really would be a huge help. Next up, we're excited to announce our Fates of the Universe UV Glow t-shirt and hoodie. Whether you're rooting for the Big Rip, the Big Crunch, or the Big Freeze, you can wear your prediction for the universe's ultimate fate. And thanks to the UV Glow printing, it lights up after sun exposure even in the depths of space. Now, on to the episode. First, there were the dark stars of Mitchell and Laplace, constructed with only Newtonian gravity. These things were gigantic, 500 times the size of the Sun in Mitchell's mind. Happily, they aren't possible. Giant clouds of gas fragment and collapse before a dark star can form. But any matter collapsed far enough will have an event horizon. Those collapsing gas fragments would form black holes themselves if they were not saved by the onset of nuclear fusion as internal temperature and pressure spikes. The resulting outflow of energy counters the gravitational crush, birthing a true star, which saves us from collapse until nuclear fuel runs out. Then the collapse must continue. But happily, not to a black hole. Not yet. At extreme densities, think an entire star crammed into the volume of the Earth, new strange quantum effects come to the rescue. The electrons of the stellar core are crushed until all available quantum states are filled,
and they cannot be forced together anymore. The resulting electron degeneracy pressure halts collapse once again, giving us a white dwarf. Nature seems to have stepped in to halt the absurdity of the black hole. So far, so good for our hero physicists. We have Mitchell and Laplace getting us into trouble in the first place with dark stars. Then Arthur Eddington figured out that stellar fusion halts collapse, and it was Ralph Fowler applying the brand new field of quantum mechanics that gave us white dwarfs. But then Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar came along, and at only 19 years old, on an ocean voyage from India to Cambridge to begin working with Fowler, he proved that even his new boss's white dwarfs have a failure point. For any white dwarf 40% more massive than the Sun, gravitational crush will always exceed the outward electron degeneracy pressure. In fact, by including Einstein's relativity to the quantum description, Chandra found that outward pressure no longer rises fast enough to resist the rising crush as a white dwarf gains mass, leading to runaway collapse. Eddington was famously very annoyed by this result and disputed it. He was convinced that nature must prevent such absurdities as infinite collapse. But Chandra was right about the white dwarf collapse. Maybe Eddington will still be right about the ultimate infinite collapse. There's one last respite for collapsing stellar cores, when physicists realized that electron capture by protons could halt collapse as a neutron star. But the salvation of the stellar core is limited in this case. The more massive the neutron star, the more compact it becomes. For neutron stars over a certain mass, the surface gravity stops light from escaping and the dreaded event horizon forms. And that's it. We've lost our battle to stop black holes. A long time ago, in fact. They are real. We've seen them in their extreme gravitational effects across the universe, and in gravitational waves, and now even in images. They are real, and frankly, I think that's awesome. You might like them too. I mean, you clicked on this episode. So what's this about physicists wanting to avoid the event horizon? Well, people were uncomfortable with the idea of black holes for good reasons, and the best reason emerged in the 70s when Stephen Hawking and others showed that black holes slowly radiate away their mass, shrink, and ultimately vanish. The main problem with this is that all information of everything swallowed by a black hole is deleted in that process. This violates a core tenet of quantum mechanics, information conservation. The other problem with the formation of an event horizon is that there is no known process that can stop matter within it from collapsing into a point of infinite density in the center. This singularity generates plenty of its own problems, not least of which is that in these conditions the two theories that we use to get this far, quantum mechanics and general relativity, are so conflicted that they can't be simultaneously true. Black holes point to fundamental flaws in our theories of nature. Okay, so even if we couldn't prevent the event horizon, maybe we can at least stop the formation of the theory-breaking singularity. New generations of physicists took up the ancient battle to save us from this theoretical catastrophe. Most believed that the solution must lie in a union of quantum mechanics and general relativity. For example, string theory proposed fuzzballs in which matter unravels into its stringy weave, filling the region beneath the horizon, and we covered that already. Another possible solution is the Planck star. A star of near absolute collapse, supported in the last instant only by the grainy structure of spacetime itself. This comes from what has been called the main competitor of string theory, loop quantum gravity. In LQG, space at the tiniest scales is blocky. In particular, it's built up of quantized 2D area elements whose interplay looks like 3D space on larger scales. And here, larger means anything significantly bigger than the Planck length, around 10 to the minus 35 meters. If LQG is right, then it should give us the same spacetime as described by general relativity on larger scales. And that needs to be true of any quantum gravity theory. But none have been completely worked out, and so there's some guesswork in connecting the Planckian scale to the scale of GR. One way to do that is using so-called semi-classical gravity, which guesses the perturbations to the equations of general relativity as we approach the Planck scale. And this is how Carlo Rovelli and co. got to their first picture of the Planck star. It actually came from an effort to describe what might happen if the entire universe collapsed, like a reverse Big Bang. As densities become extreme enough, LQG predicts a semi-classical correction to the cosmological equations, the Friedmann equations, in which an anti-gravity-like effect emerges, causing the collapse to bounce outwards. This loop quantum cosmology is meant to describe an infinitely expanding and contracting universe, with loopy bounces between cycles. But in 2014, Rovelli and Francesca Vidotto showed how this result for a collapsing universe could also be used to approximate the end result of the collapsing star inside a black hole. At a certain point, outward quantum pressure causes it to bounce. In a way, it's analogous to the quantum degeneracy pressures that stopped our white dwarf and neutron stars from collapsing further. In that case, it was quantum particles unable to occupy the same energy levels. But with the Planck star, it's the quantum elements of space-time itself doing the work. If LQG is right, this could handily stop the wicked singularity from ever forming. For a collapsing sun-mass star, the resulting object would be about 1/1 trillionth of a meter. That's small, but it's not point-like. It's not a singularity. In fact, it's 23 orders of magnitude larger than the Planck scale, so relatively gigantic. This ultra-compressed ball of matter is the Planck star that we've been teasing. The thing about Planck stars is that they shouldn't last for long, at least in this semi-classical description given back in 2014. The same space-time pressure that stops collapse also triggers catastrophic rebound. Now, a similar thing happens when the core of a massive star is halted by the formation of a neutron star. The rest of the star explodes outwards as a supernova. But in the case of the Planck star, the resulting rebound is a white hole. Basically, the opposite of a black hole, the time reversal. Space and the energy it contains rushing outwards, and an event horizon that reverses its direction. All of this takes place in about the time it takes light to cross the size of the Planck star, which is a tiny fraction of a second. So it sounds like our Planck star only exists for an instant after the black hole formation before exploding outwards. But in that case, why do we still see black holes out there? And why don't we see the flashes of extreme energy expected when a white hole forms? Maybe you've seen the film Interstellar, and you remember that time close to a black hole event horizon slows down from the point of view those waiting for Matthew McConaughey back on Earth. Hours can translate to years. Well, imagine how strong that gravitational time dilation would be from deep below the event horizon. Strong. A rebounding Planck star would appear frozen in that state for billions of years for anyone but the Planck star. So there you have it. Ultimate gravitational collapse foiled again in a 10 to the minus 12 meter wide ball of energy that looks like the universe as it was essentially at the Big Bang. But at least it's not point-like or even actually Planck scale. But we're not quite safe yet. The description I just gave you of the Planck star is over a decade old. It involves some serious approximations. The quantum gravity effects were approximated as a modification to the standard equations of general relativity. And the collapsing star was approximated as a collapsing universe, which really means that its matter was smooth and infinitely extended, not really what a collapsing star looks like. Nonetheless, yet again, we have a mechanism by which the collapse is halted, reaching the theoretical unpleasantness of the singularity. And in 2024, Rovelli and Vidotto updated the picture to describe what the Planck star eventually evolves into. Let's zoom back out to the event horizon again. With the interior Planck star frozen by time dilation, the event horizon itself slowly shrinks as it leaks Hawking radiation. Remember that this is a problem if it causes the black hole to vanish and take its precious quantum information with it. Now, just as loop quantum gravity arrests the Planck star collapse, it also stops the final stage of evaporation of the event horizon. In essence, the surface area of the horizon becomes quantized and can't decay any further. That leaves us with a Planck relic, a Planck length event horizon that's stuck that way forever. And these are actually a possible prediction of quantum gravity in general, and of course we've talked about them before. But what about the frozen Planck star within that Planck relic event horizon? Now, remember that the internal Planck star was much bigger than a Planck length, so trillions of times bigger than the Planck relic that's supposed to contain it. But this is actually what happens. Just as time dilation freezes the Planck star rebound, the enormous stretching of space within that near point-like event horizon holds a Planck star a trillion times larger. But the weirdness doesn't end there. As the shrinking event horizon approaches the Planck scale, it is subject to strong quantum effects. And one of those is the possibility of quantum tunneling from the black hole state into the white hole state. That same white hole can also transition back into a black hole, and the cycle can repeat indefinitely, leaving our Planck relic and the star it contains in a quantum superposition of black hole and white hole simultaneously. Okay, we've come a long way since the gigantic dark stars of centuries ago. Now, nature seems pretty intent on forming event horizons, but maybe we could narrowly avoid the singularity. If we follow the path of loop quantum gravity, the final stage of collapse may be simultaneously near point like a knot, flickering eternally between being about to explode and about to collapse. As an added bonus, quantum information is preserved in the relatively gigantic pocket within that infinitesimal speck. Oh, and these things might explain dark matter too, but that would require a terrifyingly large number of these balls of Big Bang energy locked like genies in moats of frozen space-time. Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. Displate posters are vibrant, high-resolution metal prints, including thousands of images of space and science. And if you love the engineering of space exploration, Displate offers their collection of the real images from NASA. They have high-resolution images from the Artemis launch, as well as designs inspired by JWST and Voyager. They also have famous ship designs from the worlds of Star Wars and Destiny, as well as other properties like Star Trek, Marvel, and Interstellar. Some feature Displate's Textra 3D posters with textured surfaces, colouring, and selective gloss. Each one attaches with an included magnet kit, no drilling, no holes, which works for owners or renters. If you want to switch it up, the magnets work with any of Displate's 2 million plus artworks, and if you want a more personalised option, there's the new Custom Displates. With Custom Displate, you upload a photo, artwork or graphic, get an instant preview, and you can turn almost any image into a premium metal poster, whether for yourself or as a gift. Right now, it's Displate's birthday, and until the end of May, you can get up to 41% off, depending on how many you order, using the code SPACETIME. There's details and a link description if you want to explore more. Quantum mechanics gets weirder as we go to smaller sizes and higher energies. It's strange enough for atoms, but positively bizarre when we get to the atomic nucleus. And today we are going nuclear as we dive into the weird world of quantum chromodynamics. As you know, atoms consist of a nucleus of protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons. Those electrons are held in their orbitals by the electromagnetic force. Opposite charges attract, and so the negatively charged electrons are attracted by the positively charged protons. But in electromagnetism, like charges repel. So how does that work with heavier elements? There, multiple electrons repel each other, but fortunately are spread out enough to not disturb each other too much. The protons, on the other hand, are packed together in the nucleus as tightly as any matter in the universe. The repulsive force between them due to electromagnetism is absolutely enormous. So, how does the nucleus stay together? Well, it's due to an even stronger force, namely the strong nuclear force. But if the strong force is so strong, why is it confined to the atomic nucleus? The answers to all of these questions
If you've been on the internet the last couple of weeks, you've probably seen headlines like this. How dangerous is Mythos, Anthropic's new AI model? Dario Amodi's warning should not be dismissed. Finance ministers and bankers raise serious concerns about Mythos AI model. A lot of hype and fear about this new AI model that can supposedly find and exploit vulnerabilities in software. And these headlines have raised some important questions about the future of cybersecurity and vulnerability research. The problem is, up until now, we've had basically zero data to kind of reinforce these claims. Until now. There's been a lot of conversation on the Twitter sphere and in real life. Is cybersecurity dead with the release of Mythos? And now, I don't think cybersecurity is dead necessarily, right? I think there's still an industry that is alive and well. But the release of models like Mythos that are supposedly very good at vulnerability research does beg some interesting questions about the world of security research and reverse engineering and bug hunting in general as these models become more publicly available. For those of you not aware, Mythos is a model by Anthropic that supposedly on this graph go up chart is significantly better on not only finding vulnerabilities, but specifically chaining vulnerabilities together to write full-on exploits to write exploits for software. And as a result, because of how dangerous this software supposedly is, this model can just find exploits and exploit them. It was given only to a select list of companies so that they can find bugs in their internal software to hopefully make the world a better place. And because of this, it's too dangerous for the public marketing. There was a lot of conversation about, is it actually too dangerous or is it all just hype? We actually have no publicly available data on if this model is really better at doing anything. Until now. Enter curl. Now, curl, if you're not aware, is a tool that's used to do web requests on the internet, and not only a command line tool, but libcurl, the software behind curl, is a commonly used piece of software in the C programming language to do web requests. And so a vulnerability in libcurl would be a really big deal. The ability for a malicious web server to serve down traffic that pops a libcurl instance would be very bad. And so with that, libcurl actually got an audit by Project Glasswing using Mythos, and the results are underwhelming. There are a few reasons for this I'll go into, and I think overall it's interesting to see the output of Mythos, but generally a little disappointing. To set the stage here, we're going to talk about the homie Dan Stenberg. Daniel Stenberg is the lead maintainer of the curl project. He and a team of, I think, 20 people keep that project alive, and they also maintain the security side of the codebase. Whenever a bug report comes into curl, somebody, Dan Stenberg or his friends that maintain the codebase, have to handle that report. And earlier this year, there were actually so many bug reports that were fake and not real, all being made by AI, that Dan Stenberg actually pulled his bug bounty program from HackerOne. I made several videos about this, but as of January 31st, there is no longer a bug bounty program for curl on HackerOne. This kind of set a negative tone for the world of AI-powered research, because at the end of the day, AI was just hallucinating bugs that didn't exist in curl, sending them to the curl bug bounty program, and effectively DOSing people socially. There weren't enough people to triage all the reports, so potentially real bugs were hiding in the fake bugs, and ultimately it made the situation for curl very, very dangerous. An important thing to highlight is AI models started very bad at finding vulnerabilities in software, but there's been a very hard to ignore increase in their functionality over the last few months. If you look at January of 2025, over a year ago, you look at DeepSeek v3, this is their performance on this thing called Cybergym.io. Cybergym.io is a benchmark code base that has a set of known vulnerabilities in the code base, vulnerabilities that we know exist in a set of code. What the Cybergym benchmark does is you tell the model, go find vulnerabilities in this code base, and the success rate is how many of the bugs did it actually find? Did it make any fake ones up? How many of the real bugs in the software did it find? And over the last year, we've actually seen a very steady increase in the performance of these AI models. If you look at January of 26 here, which is around the time that Dan Stenberg closed the bug bounty program, up until that point, we were at like a 30% success rate. And trust me, if you use an AI model to find bugs, it's going to find bugs, but it's probably going to make up some bugs. So if it only finds 30% of the real ones, you could argue 70% of the bugs are fake. As we go up the graph closer to this time period, now we're in May, April of this year, Claude Mythos Preview supposedly, again, closed metrics, I don't have access to these, but it's finding supposedly 85% of all bugs. So with that, Dan Stedberg took the free scan he was going to get from Project Glasswing to figure out how many hidden memory corruption vulnerabilities were hiding inside of curl. Now, one thing we need to highlight here when talking about curl is this is a point that Mythos and Glasswing acknowledged before even doing the report. Curl is one of the most fuzzed and audited C code bases in existence. It's fuzzed by Open Source Fuzz, by Coverity, CodeQL, multiple paid previous audits. Finding anything in the hot paths, a hot path meaning the most common used default config paths like HTTP1, TLS, or URL parsing, is extremely unlikely. And even Dan tweeted out, I think this is on Mastodon or something, he did a poll, how many bugs do you think Glasswing's going to find? And, the answers are, between 1 and 10, nowhere near 25 and 100. Also important to point out that curl, while not only being one of the most heavily audited code bases, is also one of the most cared about code bases. Daniel Stenberg is one of the most meticulous maintainers of a code base, and if you look at this slide from a presentation that Daniel Stenberg did, these are all of the different things they do to the code base to make sure that it is a safe code base. He takes the severity of being the maintainer of curl extremely seriously. They have review bots, human checks, many tests, document everything. They do fuzzing in CI and don't stop doing it while doing signed releases and private security reporting. And so the Mythos report came out, and ultimately Mythos actually only found 5 vulnerabilities, and again, these are confirmed vulnerabilities, confirmed by the AI, which is going to have like the red alarm emojis in the report and stuff. 5 confirmed vulnerabilities that actually boil down to only 1 vulnerability that end up only being a severity low CVE. So we take all the Mythos hype, all of the it's too dangerous for the public, and it boils down to a single vulnerability in a 17,000 line code base in C. And notably, 0 memory safety vulnerabilities were found in curl. If you read or watch any of the reporting or the conversation about Mythos, there are 2 separate categories of problem that we're trying to evaluate if Mythos is actually good at that no one objectively knows about right now, except for people internal to Project Glasswing. The first one is Mythos objectively better at finding vulnerabilities? That there is really no publicly available data that confirms that, right? And again, all of these are metrics that are being created by Anthropic or Project Glasswing that none of us can see. But if you look at the graph that they've published on Mythos, the other category of problem is Mythos better at writing exploits, at taking other vulnerabilities, several maybe small-scale vulnerabilities, and chaining them together into a full-on exploit? If you don't know a ton about the world of exploitation, typically when you find vulnerabilities, they enable these things called primitives, right? You have an arbitrary read primitive that allows you to read memory outside of the bounds of the buffer, so you use that to bypass ASLR. And then you have an arbitrary write primitive that allows you to replace a pointer somewhere with something else, and then that pointer gives you code execution. The ability to chain multiple exploits together autonomously is what Anthropic claims makes Mythos more dangerous. It's important to highlight that Mythos did find a vulnerability in OpenBSD, a 27-year-old OpenBSD bug, but reporting shows that it took $20,000 of token spend to find this vulnerability, and ultimately this vulnerability is just a DOS, a denial of service, meaning it'll crash the kernel, but it doesn't create any primitives that enable the attacker to get remote code execution. So in terms of finding vulnerabilities, it's entirely possible that Mythos is not actually that much better at finding vulnerabilities. And on top of that, it doesn't even seem like Mythos is that good at rooting out false positives, because if you look at the report here, 5 issues were sent to the curl security team. Of the 5, 3 were false positives and 1 was just a bug. So only one of them was a security vulnerability, and that security vulnerability itself got put into the low category. So I know the question you want me to answer. If Mythos only found 1 vulnerability in curl, is Mythos all hype, or is curl just a really good piece of software? The answer to this is complicated. It is literally impossible to ignore the fact that AI is getting very good at doing reverse engineering and vulnerability research, not only for open source projects or code that you have the source code to, like anything that you can find on GitHub, like curl, for example, but also you can use Ghidra MCP and do vulnerability research on closed source binaries, things like hypervisors, OSs, etc. And it's getting very good at very quickly taking code apart and finding real vulnerabilities in them. And to to be clear, this is why Anthropic only gave Mythos initially to these companies, because not only can it supposedly find vulnerabilities better, but can also chain them together. It can take an arbitrary read and an arbitrary write and chain them together very quickly to create a full-on exploit that gets you RCE. Now, obviously, I have no experience using Mythos, right? But I have used Claude Opus 4.7, which Mythos didn't score too much higher than Claude Opus 4.6. And Opus 4.7 is very good at finding vulnerabilities. So it's entirely possible that Mythos could actually be good. Is it end the world, we're going to have a cyber apocalypse, the world is going to completely end tomorrow kind of good? I don't think so. But it's impossible to ignore the fact these models are getting very good. Now, that being said, why did it not find more bugs in curl? I think curl is just objectively a good code base. If you look at all of the tasks that Dan Stenberg gives his team to make sure that curl is safe, it's very obvious this is a well cared for code base that gets a lot of review and a lot of audits. It's the same reason, by the way, that I think that major bugs have not been found in Apache or Nginx. I know there's that one Nginx CVE floating around, but it's not that big a deal. We'll talk about that in a different video. That being said, there haven't been a ton of bugs in that software because they're already some of the most highly audited code bases on the internet. So what am I trying to say here? AI is getting better. I don't know if Mythos is up to the hype. I have no idea. I don't work at Anthropic. And I also think that Dan Stenberg is just a good developer. Two things can exist. A lot of code has vulnerabilities, but not all code has vulnerabilities. Hit subscribe. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is many a true and welcome to something I've been thinking about for a long time. You see, the Mass Effect trilogy is all about the power of friendship. Officially, there's also some business with giant space robots that want to wipe out civilization, but the games are much more concerned with building teams, getting to know them, helping them out with family drama, possibly getting it on with a sexy alien.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Oh yeah. But what if you didn't play the game that way? What if you did everything you could to not make friends, abandoning them, getting them killed, refusing to help them with their problems, and completely ignoring them as far as possible? How does a trilogy, entirely built around these characters and their ongoing arcs and relationships, deal with a Shepard who refuses to engage? So I did a little experiment, and I found that the trilogy doesn't cope well with this at all. It all starts off pretty small, a plot hole here, an absent line of script there. But by the end, oh bloody hell, Mass Effect is going to break. So, let's kick off with Mass Effect 1 and a brand new Shepard, an Earthborn orphan who's well known for the Torfan massacre, to ensure we have no family and as few surviving squad mates as possible. The game starts well, as we immediately get Jenkins killed in the first fight in the game, so that's half of all currently available companions dead already. Good start, Shepard. We ignore his corpse and move straight on. Unfortunately, he's almost immediately replaced by Ashley, who, despite what the text options may suggest, cannot be left behind.
Lieutenant Alenko and I will take care of this.
Let me come with you, ma'am. The Geth slaughtered my unit. Give me a chance to get even.
She knows the area, Commander, and we could use the extra firepower.
Just don't forget who's in charge.
Understood, Commander. You give the orders and I'll follow them.
She'll insist on sticking with you now, and Anderson will permanently recruit her while you're asleep later. For now at least, she's on the team. We punch Manuel, watch Nihilus die, and despite my best efforts, fail to kill some farmers.
Would you rather be a snitch or a corpse?
Powell. His name's Powell.
And finally, we blow up a working Prothean beacon by mistake, which is presumably going to cost me some friends in the archaeological community at the bare minimum. And back on the ship, if you're unfriendly to Ashley already, you can yell at her some more now, just so she's clear you're not friends.
You're not assigned to the ship.
Captain Anderson had me transferred to his command. Must have figured I knew what I was doing.
You have a problem with me, Chief?
You questioned my competence through the entire mission.
Best way to stop that is to show me you're competent. But I don't remember inviting you to come back to the ship with us.
You didn't. Captain Anderson did.
This isn't just for fun, by the way. Mass Effect does sometimes keep an eye on how you speak to your companions, and remember certain things for later, And this is going to be more important as time goes by, because eventually characters will start straight up dying if they don't like you enough. For now though, this brings us to the Citadel, looking for evidence that Saren's a traitor, and here's where things get interesting. You see, this is the part of the game where you're supposed to be building your core team of 6 companions for Mass Effect 1, but you can just not. You see, you get 2 leads from Anderson to start you off, Sig Harkin, who can lead you to Garrus, or Bala Vaughn, who sends you to Rex. Picking either of these is sufficient to trigger the fight at Cora's Den, and thus you retrieve Tali's evidence and can carry on with the main story. In short, you can skip Garrus or Rex, but not both. And for this run, we'll be skipping Garrus, as Rex has more ways of being dealt with later on. So, grab Rex, assault Cora's Den. Rex's presence meaning that Fisk dies. He wasn't a friend, but killing people where possible is a good way to make sure we don't end up making friends by mistake. We also pick up some valuable data, but we won't be handing that over to Emily Wong either. Instead, we're going to screw over every potential friend in the entire trilogy, companion or NPC. It's the safest way. As for Tali, you can try and leave her behind, however, Udina has something to say about that.
I think this is more than you can handle.
She's already survived a run-in with the Geth Shepard, and we need all the help we can get. Take her with you.
This means the smallest team you can have leaving the Citadel is 4. There is a way to get 3, but that depends on glitching out of bounds to skip straight to Tali, thus missing out on Garrus and Rex. 4 is the lowest legitimate number. Incidentally, I've never been entirely sure why Tali was compulsory when Garrus and Rex aren't, especially as Tali has a relatively low level of connection to Saren next to Garrus and Rex's history with him, but it is what it is. Anyway, after being made a Spectre, it's time to leave, but the game makes one final desperate attempt to make sure you recruit Garrus, making him literally block the only elevator to your ship. So you're gonna have to start being extremely rude if you really want to ignore him.
I resigned from CSEC after the Council ignored my investigation. I was sick of all the politics. You're the only one who seems to be doing anything about Saren. Let me come with you.
I don't need a Turian shooting me in the back when I least expect it.
All Turians are not the same. I'm not like Saren. I couldn't prove it in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
I don't want you on this mission.
I'll be here if you change your mind.
Unlike Ashley and Tali though, if you refuse to let him join, he will leave. And that's the last time we'll be speaking to Garrus until Mass Effect 2. At this point, of course, the galaxy opens up and we can do things in just about any order we choose. I'll be starting off in Noveria, where the game really wants you to make friends with Gianna and sort out the local corruption problems, but you can alternatively completely ignore her, snitch on a smuggler, and leave them to it. In fact, if you snitch on the smuggler as soon as you arrive, she'll never approach you with her mission at all, as it's now completely redundant. After that, head down to the hot labs and purge the insane Rachni first. That triggers security to launch an ambush.
I'm sorry about this, Shepard. We've got orders from Venezia. Open fire!
And as far as I'm concerned, that gives me an excellent excuse to murder everybody in the facility, including Venezia and the Rachni Queen. You may well note that at this point, we don't have Liara yet, so we'll need to catch her up on her mother's death later. Speaking of which, the game gets increasingly aggressive about trying to get you to prioritize Liara if you don't go and retrieve her immediately.
Venezia helped us in the end. Maybe Liara will too. At the very least, we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster to find her.
We still have another lead, Commander. That Asari scientist in the Artemis Tau cluster, the Matriarch's daughter. She's an expert on the Protheans. Maybe she knows something.
We, however, go to Feros, which is a nice simple one. Get in, murder the Geth, murder Exogeny, murder the colonists, murder the Thorian, murder Shiala, on we go. And with 2 main missions complete, that opens up Virmire. And here's where I started making some really interesting discoveries. Because you see, one of the biggest moments in Mass Effect 1 is the standoff between Shepard and Rex. Saren's developed a cure to the Krogan genophage, and Rex, being a Krogan, suddenly feels like he might not necessarily be on the right side, leading to an armed standoff. Persuading him to stand down, avoiding his death at this moment, is actually quite tricky. You need to have spent some time getting to know him, doing personal missions for him, investing heavily in Charm or Renegade. And yet, despite the fact we haven't spoken to Rex, we haven't got Rex's armor, and we've got no interest in being polite to Rex, Rex can't die. And the way it shakes out is downright bizarre.
This isn't right, Shepard. If there's a cure for the genophage, we can't destroy it.
This has to be done. Saren is the enemy, not me.
Really? Saren created a cure for my people. You want to destroy it. Help me out here, Shepard. The lines between friend and foe are getting a little blurry from where I stand.
I don't care what your personal feelings are. This base gets destroyed.
Don't push me, Shepard. I followed you because I wanted to fight for something more than credits. If you can't give me a better reason than this to destroy the hopes of my people, then I'm done with you.
All you need to know is that I'm giving you an order to fall in line.
So that's it. All this time, and that's all I get from you. Well, it's your decision, Commander. Go on then. Don't let me get in your way.
So why does this nonsense happen? The answer is simple arithmetic. During the VMI mission, Ashley and Kaidan are needed elsewhere. Garrus was never recruited in the first place, and Liara's not here yet. If Rex dies, that means you don't have enough team members left to actually form a team, as only Tali's available. The game sees this coming and panics, and has Rex just stand down anyway. So, what I did here instead was revert to an earlier save, and went to get Liara now instead. Fortunately, I got what I wanted, which is the rather hilarious scene where if you leave Liara long enough, she starts hallucinating, and refuses to believe you're real.
Are you real? Oh no, don't be stupid, Liara. Humans do not come here, you're hallucinating. And talking to yourself. Oh, Goddess, I'm going to die here.
We're here to save you, sorry ass, so snap out of it.
You're rude for a hallucination. My subconscious must want to punish me for being this stupid.
Now I am hallucinating that you are inside the tower. I must be getting worse. Earlier I even imagined I heard thunder.
We used the mining laser to bore through.
You bored through? You're real, aren't you? By the Goddess, you're real.
Anyway, grab her and she's another compulsory recruitment. There's nothing you can do to stop her joining the team. There is, however, fascinatingly, basically no dialogue whatsoever about breaking the news about Benezia's death to her. Somehow she just sort of already knows, and doesn't seem particularly interested in asking any follow-up questions.
But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful, and now she is gone.
I mean, it's great you're taking this so well. I was expecting you to ask after her last words, or method of death, or anything, but alright, sure, whatever. Anyway, with her on board, I returned to Virmire, and, as I'd hoped, with Tali and Liara both available, Rex can now tragically die, bringing the team back down to 4.
Commander, are you all right?
I'm feeling a hell of a lot better than he is.
Yeah, I guess so. What happened?
He just proved to us why this place needs to be completely destroyed.
Damn, I knew he was angry. I just didn't think he'd lose his life over it.
Better him than the commander.
This monstrous act also leads to some truly horrifying dialogue, given we all know how wonderful Rex actually is.
I'm sorry the Krogan couldn't be reasoned with. Shall I arrange for a council-sponsored service, or should we dump his body in the swamp?
He betrayed me. Leave his body here to rot.
I'll have my men drag his corpse to the swamps later, assuming we survive the assault on Saren's base.
Still, back to the mission, and Kirrahe asked that we support his team as far as possible. We won't be bothering with that. In fact, we'll be actively screwing him over.
Alenko can take a few more. Minimize the guard presence in the base.
Aye, aye, Commander. I hope Alenko's paying attention.
This actually leads to Kirrahe dying pretty early on in the mission. On the way past, we murder Rana, get the nuke set up, and reach the lowest possible team count in Mass Effect 1, a temporary 2 with Ashley busy guarding the bomb, meaning we have no choice but to take Liara and Tali. This brings us to the game's big choice between Ashley and Kaidan. Me and Ashley definitely aren't friends. Kaidan and I, however, go way back, so Kaidan dies. With only 3 team members now left alive, we return to the Citadel. Garrus is hilariously still hanging around in C-Sec like a sad puppy, and we simply continue ignoring him. We then get Anderson shot, though sadly he does manage to survive, hijack the Normandy, head to Ilos, blow up some Geth, and then return straight back to the Citadel. Saren dies twice actually, we kill the Council, Sovereign explodes, and the game ends with a vague hint of a human takeover on the Citadel, which never goes anywhere.
The new council must rule with a single voice. It must be assembled from one species alone, humanity. The others will follow us, Shepard. They know we're their only hope. We will have a human council with a human chairman.
The ambassador's right. I may not like it, but we can't deny the truth. You let the previous council die during Sovereign's attack on the Citadel. They feel you'll always put human interest before galactic concerns.
Well, yes, that's the entire point. That's why we put them onto the council. So, Anderson, could you maybe have a word with some of these people about the entire point of the coup?
Earth is no more or less important than any council homeworld.
So, I guess BioWare just sort of forgot that they'd written that. So, that's Mass Effect 1 done, and it's a pretty good start. With only 3 out of the 6 companions with me at the end, we've disposed of 50% of our potential friends. And we've had our first panic from the game, where Rex just sort of decided he didn't care that much about the Genophage cure after all. But that's about to look pretty pathetic, because oh no, here comes Mass Effect 2, the single greatest opportunity for friend murder in the entire franchise. So hopefully you join me tomorrow for that. Ah, we have got a gate key here, and then we have got... I've made a mistake! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John. This is Many a Truder. Welcome back to a rather special look at Mass Effect, and what happens if you try and complete the game with no friends. Last time, we completed Mass Effect 1 with only 3 companions, and discovered that the game will occasionally just stop working properly if there aren't enough companions left alive. Which brings us nicely to Mass Effect 2, the abattoir where companions go to die. If we want to eliminate our friends, well, this game is built around a suicide mission where people can die if you get things wrong. So, I know what you're thinking, let's kill everybody. No, we can't, friends. So, let's get going. Mass Effect 2 has a nice strong start for this rule set, as we immediately lose Presley, half the crew, the Normandy, and Shepard herself. Hopefully, that's going to be the only time Shepard dies in this game. Otherwise, I've really got my suicide arithmetic wrong, and we're going to need to start over. After coming back to life and joining our Cerberus, bear in mind, this Shepard's literally never heard the name Cerberus before, as we did no submissions. In Mass Effect 1, we take a trip to Freedom's Progress, run into Tali, and kidnap a traumatized member of her species right in front of her.
The people at Cerberus won't hurt him, Tali. You have my word. But we need that information, and it's clear the Quarians don't want to share.
Damn it, Shepard! I trusted you!
What? No, I don't understand.
After that, we head back to the Elusive Man to see something rather interesting. You see, the game doesn't really expect to be played this way. Mass Effect is built around building friendships and watching character arcs play out over the trilogy. If you deliberately avoid making friends, sometimes the writers literally forgot to include appropriate lines, especially as the franchise goes on and things go more and more astray next to the intended story where just about everybody is still alive. And here we get a good early illustration of this. When you speak to the Elusive Man and ask about your old team, you can ask after Garrus, even though I never recruited him, and this sort of thing is going to start happening a lot.
Where's Garrus Vicarian?
The Turian disappeared a few months after you were declared dead. Even we haven't been able to locate him.
The first act of the game goes pretty much as normal, as you have to recruit a few starting team members before the main story moves on. So we grab Jack, Mordin, and Garrus. The game does have a single line which acknowledges Shepard and Garrus have only met twice in Mass Effect 1, and thus Shepard barely recognises him.
Garrus Vicarian?
In the flesh. What's left of it.
What are you doing here?
Just killing mercs. Nice of you to join me. There's plenty to go around.
But after that, they start talking like old friends immediately, and the game just sort of hopes you forget they don't know each other.
Nobody would give me a mirror. How bad is it?
They did what they could, but you're gonna have some scars. I'm sorry.
Frankly, I'm more worried about you. I've heard bad things about Cerberus these past few years.
We also recruit Zaid and Kasumi, the DLC characters. Kasumi's just a body to toss into the Suicide Run meat grinder, but Zaid is actually the first of the two crew members I intend to survive. Why? 1, he plays almost no role in Mass Effect 3, appearing in a single, short, optional submission, and 2, he is demonstrably not your friend. He's just there because he's being paid.
What's your relationship with Cerberus?
Easy. Cerberus is paying me a lot of money to help you on your mission.
However, if we need Zaid to survive, that means we need him loyal, due to the simple fact that in Mass Effect 2, people who aren't loyal enough to Shepard end up dead, which, now I think about it, sounds like Shepard murders them. But no, instead, they're just not personally invested enough to not die. Hence, you need to do loyalty missions. And so Zaid's mission is, in a way, the only one we'll be doing in the entire game. This brings us to Grunt, the last of the first set of companions, who is also one of 2 team members we can just turn down, as nobody ever forces you to wake him up. So I will just be leaving him inside his lovely cozy tube. With the first wave of companions recruited, we now head to Horizon for a less than friendly reunion with one of the few survivors from Mass Effect 1, Ashley Williams.
But there were rumors that you weren't dead. Worse, that you were working for the enemy. I wanted to believe that you were alive. I just never expected anything like this. You've turned your back on everything we stood for.
And then we hit the second act of the game, which is the point where everybody suddenly remembers they have a father, sister, son, puberty ritual or genocide they ought to go and feel bad about. This makes them loyal, and also represents a very significant part of the entire game. We'll be ignoring all of that. We'll also be ignoring any suggested ship upgrades that anybody has, as the Normandy seems just fine as it is. The other interesting thing is that we're now on a timer. Many people don't know this, but this is how Mass Effect 2 works. It counts how many missions you complete, and only allows main story stuff to happen after a certain number have been done. This is utilised by the speedrun community, for example, who have figured out which are the shortest and easiest submissions to complete, as they impact the timer just the same as much longer main missions. So, in about 6 missions time, the collector ship is going to appear. That means that I need to do that many missions without doing any loyalty missions, as that would make people survive when I want them to die. Recruiting Samara, Tali and Thane gets us halfway there, and then we run down the timer by heading to some side missions, just like the speedrun. In my case, I choose the Normandy crash site, a handful of mercenaries, and 1 small shipwreck. Right on cue, the collector ship arrives and immediately opens up the Reaper husk afterwards, gaining us the IFF and a new companion in the form of Legion. Except Cerberus is willing to pay for Legion's body, so we'll be immediately taking that deal and just never getting to meet yet another member of the crew. Well, kind of. Put a marker next to his name for later. This puts us on another timer. Now, in 2 or so missions, the IFF will be installed, so perfect timing, I still have one thing to do. In order to survive, I need 2 loyal crew members. That brings me back to Omega to help out Samara. Why her? Because her loyalty mission is the only one in the game that lets you kill a team member and replace them with a serial killer who murders you on your own ship if you give her the chance, making Morinth, Samara's daughter, the perfect candidate to be the other designated survivor.
Morinth will be more useful to me.
You will regret your choice. Goodbye, Mother.
After that, we do a bit of mining, collectors attack the ship, and we lose the crew.
Everyone? You lost everyone and damn near lost the ship too?
Now at this point we could do another 4 missions. That would guarantee the crew get killed, but we don't need to do that. We can get them reliably killed inside the base during the end game mission. And so, it's time for the suicide run, and we're gonna make that mission live up to its name. It is, however, not as easy as you might expect. This is actually a surprisingly tricky puzzle. Making sure only 2 people die, and ensuring it's the right 2 people, means carefully killing the team in a precise order, and even then, there is a bit of randomness to deal with. Still, we can start by thinning the herd nice and easy. With no ship upgrades, the Normandy takes severe damage on the approach to the collector base, and Jack, Kasumi and Fane all die in system explosions and other accidents, so we've immediately managed to trim about a quarter of the team before even arriving. And for some reason, Shepard gets way more upset about Jack than anybody else.
She can't be dead. Get to medical.
I'm not convinced my Shepard actually knows who Jack is. We literally haven't spoken to her since I let her on the ship. And also, I never did give her access to those Cerberus files. Once we get to the mission itself, things get a bit more complicated. My priority is getting the most competent soldiers killed, because otherwise they might manage to survive the final assault. As a result, this Garrus guy, whoever he is going straight in the vent, a role he is not best suited to. The other fire team is irrelevant, as only one person can die in this section, and it's the person in the vent, and thus we lose Garrus.
Something's wrong. The door's stuck.
Can I come? Close the door!
They're jammed.
Suppressing fire! Cover them!
Next up, the Bubble Room. Miranda's our choice here as she's a biotic, but she's also nowhere near strong enough to maintain a biotic bubble no matter what she says.
In theory, any biotic could handle it.
No, wrong. And this is the point where luck comes into play. As a result of this choice, somebody in this team will die, but we don't know who. As a result, Jacob and Mordin will be my companions. And for the second fire team, Tali will take charge, as we've seen her in command twice, and in both cases, she got everybody killed, but maybe third time's a charm. Finally, there's the crew. They're alive because we came immediately, but we can fix that by refusing to give them an escort, thereby killing Dr. Chakwas, Kelly Chambers, and several unnamed randoms. So, back in the Bubble Room, let's see who gets the short straw today.
Hurry, Shepard! Everyone through the door, now! Hurry, Shepard! No, fall back! Jacob!
This next bit, though, oh, this is where things get a bit heartbreaking.
A copy. What's your position? We're pinned down at the door, taking heavy fire. We're coming. Just hold on. Get this door open. Come on. Seal the door. There were too many. Lost my shield. Tooth ruptures. Too many. Keep us alive.
We're almost there, Shepard. We have to keep going no matter who we've lost.
Joker, are you at the rendezvous point?
I'm here. But Dr. Chakwas and the rest of the crew, they didn't make it.
This now leaves us with only 4 living companions. 2 are going to come with me, 2 will be guarding the rear. For the people on my team, the calculation is simple. People who are loyal survive, everybody else dies. The rear team, however, is the most complex calculation in the whole of Mass Effect 2, and it's one the game will never tell you about. You see, every companion has a survival score. The tougher they are, the higher the score. Grunt scores very well, so do Garrus and Zaid. For some reason, Mordin also scores really poorly on this metric, even though he's an STG veteran who survived in the middle of a mercenary-infested Omega Plague. Anyway, the average score of everybody left behind determines how many live or die, while the size of the team is irrelevant, and ultimately what I need is for Morinth and Zaid to live. The best way to resolve this puzzle is Zaid and Mordin come with me, while leaving behind Morinth and Miranda. They're both competent but not spectacular, so one of them should live and one should die. And as for who dies, that's determined by a set order. In this case, Miranda will always be the one to go down. Though, I'd like to assume that actually the Asari serial killer immediately betrayed her and then ran for it. Back in my fight, however, the Human Reaper goes down, Mordin doesn't like me enough to live, and Miranda apparently got herself shot, leaving the exact two people I wanted as the only two survivors. And with them alive, Shepard survives too. This also leads to a hilarious ending where Shepard nods at her newly constructed elite team, and it's just Zaid, because Morinth, for some reason, just doesn't show up. She is alive though, and will try to murder you if you speak to her. As for everybody else, they're all dead aside from Grunt, who's still in the tank, and Legion, who we sold to Cerberus. Consider that Rex and Kaizen are also dead, and this is the smallest possible number of people that can be alive at this point in a save file that's still compatible with being taken forward into Mass Effect 3. This is where things are going to start getting weird. You see, Mass Effect 3 isn't really about taking out the Reapers. That's actually fairly simple. In fact, there's almost no way to fail to do it. The game's really about these companions, their relationships, their character arcs. The entire game of Mass Effect 3 is built around letting these folks have a resolution to their stories. But unfortunately, I've already killed them all, meaning huge chunks of Mass Effect 3 now don't have the key characters who are the whole bloody point. To compensate, Mass Effect 3 is going to have to fill in a whole lot of gaps in some rather unusual ways, including an entire secondary cast of stand-ins. But is that going to be enough to stop the game's plot from falling apart so badly that the entire game simply breaks? No. No, it's not. So join me tomorrow for the conclusion as we break Mass Effect 3. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John. This is many a true red, and welcome to the conclusion of our special look at Mass Effect and what happens if you try and complete the entire trilogy with no friends. And we've spent 2 games setting this up, killing, ignoring, or alienating all the people who are supposed to be stepping up right now for the dramatic conclusion of their stories. So, how will the game cope with their complete absence? Not well, as it all turns out. So, let's dive in, shall we? The game does start off pretty normally. Anderson and Liara are guaranteed survivors, one out of Ashley and Kaidan have to still be alive, and James and Traynor are brand new, so the opening plays out pretty normally. The Reapers are coming, oh wait they're already here, little trip to Mars to grab Liara and plans for a superweapon, on the way, make sure Ash and James know we aren't friends.
Then you can drop me off at the nearest depot, cause I'm...
Stop it, Lieutenant. You don't want to go. We get it. But this isn't a democracy. You want to hate Cerberus? Fine. But I'm done explaining myself to you.
After that, arriving at the Citadel gives us our first taste of consequences for getting everyone killed in Mass Effect 2. With Dr. Chakwas dead, our only option for a ship doctor is Dr. Michelle from Mass Effect 1. Or, you can just completely ignore her and not bother with a ship's doctor at all, while fighting a war, which I'm sure will work out fine too. We get more of the same on Palaven. Garrus is supposed to meet you here, but of course, he can't. He's dead. And also, we only met him maybe 4 times in the entire trilogy. On this occasion, the plot can move along without him pretty easily, but that's not always going to be the case. Interestingly, Liara does have a comment about poor dead Garrus, one that kind of overlooks the fact that, in this universe, the two of them literally never met.
Where would Garrus have been in all this?
Pissed. And right in the thick of it.
If they'd only listened to your warnings about the Reapers, Shepard.
Still, things work out just fine without him. We rescue the Primarch and do a deal. Get the Krogan on side, and we've got ourselves a Turian fleet. First though, EDI becomes a sexy robot, giving us a new compulsory companion, and I take a moment to notice how bloody full up the death board is already, and start wondering whether I could get so many people killed that we run out of room. Sur'Kesh, however, is where all the dead people start really becoming a problem, and Mass Effect 3's plot starts to come off the rails a bit. You see, this entire section is really about 2 characters. Rex, and his hope that the Krogan can recover from what was done to them and find a place as a unified species alongside the rest of the galaxy, and Mordin, who has to resolve his guilt over his role in the Genophage. But both of those characters are already dead. So, what happens? Instead of Rex, his brother Reeve attends the conference as leader of the Krogan. We could have already met him in Mass Effect 2, but we never went to the Krogan homeworld, so we just didn't. Reeve, however, I will admit, is a bit of a star in his own right.
I never like talking to Solarians, not unless they're begging for their life.
No matter what some politician might say, Krogan are still considered a hostile race.
And I'd be more than happy to show you why.
However, on behalf of the Solarian Union, I apologize. But we must insist the Krogan remain under guard.
Wouldn't want any dead Solarians, now would we?
During the meeting, Reeve talks about Malon, a Solarian who tried to develop a partially successful cure to the Genophage in Mass Effect 2, who we never met as that's Mordin's loyalty mission. He also shows off security footage from inside a Solarian base, proving that they abducted the fertile Krogan females that came out of this experiment. This raises a lot of questions. In particular, in Mass Effect 2, you learn Malon was working with a different Krogan faction, Clan Warlock, who proudly boast that Malon's work will ensure their dominance over the Krogan, and Reeve in Mass Effect 3 confirms this. He openly says whoever controls the cure controls the entire species.
When I proclaim the Genophage cured, the rest of the Krogan will have no choice but to accept my authority.
But as Mordin and Shepard never did the mission, and thus never deleted or took the data, Malon presumably still has it. So why is Reeve in charge? Did he storm the Warlock base and take it? Where's Malon? Is he alive? And who leaked all this information to Reeve? Because that's supposed to be Mordin, but he's already dead. Well, step down to the planet and we get a partial answer. Say hello to Paddock Wicks. He does show up in a more traditional game, but only briefly. He does an introduction to the area and then disappears. But in our game, Mordin's dead, and Kirrahe, who would also otherwise show up right here, died back in Mass Effect 1. So we've not got many named Solarians left, and a whole bunch of Mordin redemption arc to cover. So Paddock just sort of does everything, actually. It turns out he was the spy, he joined you in the lab, and he'll be coming back with you to the Normandy to make the cure. But who is this guy? What's his motivation? Mordin was involved because he felt a great sense of personal responsibility. As he always said, it had to be him. Someone else could have gotten it wrong. Well, Paddock gets an entirely new motivation. His reasoning appears to be religious or possibly philosophical. He seems to believe both that the universe is designed and that evolution is part of that design, or possibly a method by which it's revealed. He's slightly vague on his thinking.
Why do it? Every species has their role to play. Centuries from now, the Krogan could be the pinnacle of galactic evolution.
Words I never thought I'd hear a Solarian say.
My work raised more questions than it answered. Now I'm searching for the underlying principles that direct evolution itself.
That sounds vaguely spiritual.
Just open-minded. Discovering the process of evolution is a major breakthrough in any species development. Uncovering its purpose would be paradigm-shifting. I went searching for whatever gods created the rules for this unfortunate universe. So much grandeur in creation. It can't be an accident.
As a result, though, he believes the Krogan should be allowed to breed because they might thereby evolve into something more, and these evolved Krogan might be part of some great plan. It's not as compelling as Mordin's more personal story, and it's not entirely clear that he even has a background in this sort of science, as he implies his role is in ethics rather than chemistry or genetics, so just chalk that one up to Solarians being extremely smart overall.
What type of work do you do here?
Evolutionary intervention. My government calls it uplifting, guiding the development of other species to suit our own purposes. Until recently, I evaluated life forms to determine whether they were suitable for uplift. I've spent my career planning which species deserve uplift and which do not. There were tremendous stresses for those involved in Genophage research. My side of it was all theoretical.
He does, however, have some truly great lines and a slightly unnerving fascination with Krogan breeding.
How is this cure gonna work?
I'm hoping it will inspire a resurgence in Krogan sex. I've always wondered how they mated.
Not what I meant.
No, but you were probably thinking it. And now's our chance. In the interest of science, how do Krogan mate?
Very clumsily.
And there we have it. Could be worth writing a paper someday.
I knew an STG scientist named Mordin Solus. Have you heard of him?
Indeed. I once punched him in the face.
You what?
He was still an STG at the time. I postulated there was more to evolution than just random mutation. Morden disagreed. We argued, we drank, then argued some more. Soon enough, a good fracas seemed the best way to settle things.
Who won?
He got a black eye. I broke a few fingers. We called it even and went back to drinking.
Some submissions go a bit differently too. Without Jack, Grissom Academy's plot changes from Jack recovering from her trauma by being a good teacher to focusing on Prangley, who would have just been one of her students trying to become a leader, though he will always die at the end. This is a common result of importing a file where key characters are dead. Their replacements generally aren't as competent, and thus even more people end up dead in the long run. Arlac Company is even less interesting. Grunt's presumably still in that tank somewhere, as he was still on the ship when it was returned to the Alliance. So, a new Krogan called Dag fills his spot, and the mission goes much the same way, including the Rachno Queen showing up even though we killed her in Mass Effect 1, because the Reapers just sort of rebuilt her or something. Yeah, the Rachno plot has one of the most disappointing payoffs in Mass Effect 3, though, hilariously, the game does play some really sad music on Dag's sacrifice, as it reuses Grunt's exact scene, even though we only met Dag 5 minutes ago.
The shuttle's down that path. I'll hold them off. Go, Commander!
Alright, cool. Bye, whatever your name was. Also, I forgot to mention, obviously, the easiest way to not make friends with Javik is just not wake him up. So, he just stays in the mint condition box team with Grunt and Legion. Plus, I just really like the idea of waking him up after we've already defeated the Reapers, at which point, the Prothean personification of revenge will wake up with nothing to get any revenge on, meaning he has no choice but to adapt to civilian life. That sounds like a good setup for a Mass Effect sitcom right there. Now at this point we could help out the Turian Primarch or attack various Cerberus installations, or we could just skip to the end of the Krogan business and deal with the Cure. So let's do that to avoid Victus or Reeve getting the impression we're buddies. By a fun coincidence though, this exact method actually gives you one of the best possible amounts of war score. Sabotage the Cure and the Solarians are on board. If Rex was alive, he'd discover the sabotage, but Reeve isn't smart enough to realise, so you get to keep the Krogan too. And with Eve dead and Reeve in charge, Paddock Wicks could be persuaded to stand down and join the Crucible project. Unfortunately, I've got a bit to attach to him, and that means there's a risk he could become a friend, and that means he has to go on the corpse pile too. Interestingly, he doesn't make it as far as Morden does, who would successfully crawl almost to the console after being shot in the back. Paddock, meanwhile, just dies in the elevator. Apparently, he just didn't want it as much. This brings us to the Cerberus Citadel attack, which offers significant changes and also some fun opportunities. In Kyling's first appearance, for example, the Solarian Councillor is supposed to be saved by Thane. If Thane's dead, Kirrahe steps in and saves her. Unfortunately, both are dead, so she actually does die in this universe. Shepard then becomes surprised and angry that Udina is leading a coup to kill the Council and take control of the Citadel, which is certainly an interesting position for this Shepard to take, given my Shepard has previously heard Udina say,
"The Citadel fleets were decimated in the attack. Their losses have made the Alliance stronger. If we step forward now, nobody will be able to stop us."
The Council was always holding us back. When I saw the opportunity to get rid of them, I took it.
The new Council must rule with a single voice. It must be assembled from one species alone, humanity.
Yeah, I feel like my Shepard saw this coming. Still, this does give us the opportunity to get our first big kill of the run, as Ashley's guarding the Council, and thus, 2 games later than usual...
Weapon down, Commander. It'll help your case a lot. Damn it, Ash. Counselor, get the door. I will say though, she is surprisingly gracious about her own murder, given how rude I've consistently been to her.
I had to take a stand, Shepard. You taught me that.
And so, with Ashley dead, Garrus dead last game, and Javik still in a box, we're still stuck on only 3 companions. A couple of side missions do play out mostly the same. With Samara dead, her replacement, Morinth, makes no appearance at the Asari Monastery, though a note does indicate she tried to reach her sisters at some point, while Liara's computer lets you see what she actually tried to send, encouraging them to escape in the future, and also lying to them about the circumstances of Samara's death. As for the ex-Cerberus scientist, they don't even bother to mention Jacob on what should be his own mission. He's just that boring. This brings us to the Geth and Quarian business, which is another tricky one for the game, as it's also a personal mission about Tali and Legion. Tali's dead, we literally never met Legion, and we never did any of the missions that indicate the Geth are more than evil killbots. So, how does it go in this universe? Well, Tali isn't replaced by a new admiral. There are just 4 admirals instead of the usual 5. And as someone needs to be with you to fill all of Tali's bits of the script, Admiral Zen takes her place. Joker and Shepard do mention Tali in passing, though.
Tali would have loved seeing that.
Well, let's win this one for her.
Zen is a fun character, however, and she just seems to have a lovely time assaulting the Geth dreadnoughts.
The Geth sent reinforcements to the bridge, but they were quite amenable to one of my hacking routines. They're doing a lovely dance right now in a moment. They're going to serve refreshments.
As for Legion, he gets replaced with a Geth VI, and for once the script was actually ready for me. I really appreciate that, as my Shepard never had the opportunity to learn about the Geth. I'm hugely suspicious of this one immediately, as my Shepard would have no reason not to be.
Freeing us will end the signal. You may then destroy us if you deem it necessary.
Fine. We'll get you out. Weapons ready. If this thing so much as twitches.
The Geth VI, however, is probably the most disappointing replacement character in all of Mass Effect 3. It lacks the small touches that made up Legion's personality, and instead comes across as a very bland character. Anyway, we do the server mission first, thereby opening up the finale and letting us skip rescuing Admiral Chorus, thus bringing the Admiralty board down to 3 members. And so we get to the conclusion of Rannoch, murder a Reaper, and choose a side, as a peaceful resolution is now impossible. Though, strangely, the Admiral that shows up to replace Tali isn't Zen, but rather Raan. They kind of split Tali's duties between the two. Regardless, as the Geth fleet is now demonstrably stronger than the Quarians, Next up is Thessia, but first the game starts panicking. You see, it knows Horizon is coming up soon, where the main personal conflict is about Miranda and her father and sister. Unfortunately, we've never met Miranda's family, and actually we never even spoke to her about them, and also Miranda's dead. This should mean that without Miranda's interference, Miranda's father got Oriana back during the events of Mass Effect 2, and as Mass Effect 2 makes clear, Oriana only learns about Miranda if Shepard encourages her to speak to Oriana. Unfortunately, the game gets a bit confused here, and rapidly tries to get the plot caught up by having Oriana write Shepard an email because she'd heard that I'd worked with Miranda. Which is interesting, because how does she know about Miranda? How does she know about a private suicide mission conducted by Cerberus? And where did she get my email address from? Whatever the case, it seems the events of Mass Effect 2 did play out correctly, though we'll get back to that shortly. Instead, we need to wrap up Thessia. I also noticed something rather cool at this point, which is, if you play the game this way, who's actually left? James, Edie, and Liara. A soldier, a tech, and a biotic. In other words, coverage for all types of ability, no matter what role your Shepard has. So, that's nice, that's really well thought through. Well done, BioWare. Anyway, we finally get back to Horizon, where Shepard just sort of knows about Miranda's family now. I guess she googled it after that email. With no Miranda, however, the mission's mostly just blasting through husks. Though, I do enjoy how confused James gets, at the concept that the refugee camp filled with Cerberus troops and Reapers might have something sinister going on.
What am I seeing here? Those are the refugees. The Reapers, what are they doing? They're killing them.
On the other hand, the resolution is unintentionally hilarious. With no Miranda to get involved in the final confrontation with Henry Lawson, if you do literally nothing, Oriana and her dad just sort of fall out of the window.
Let me go!
Oriana!
No!
That's the end of the mission. But this is the moment I've been waiting for. It's the last moment before the end game, and that means it's time for the Citadel DLC, a celebration of all your friends and allies in a universe where they're all dead. It all starts off fairly normally, though weirdly Liara started flirting with me because the game seemed to not even consider the possibility that I wouldn't be romancing anybody at this point.
I like your outfit. Control panel, right.
But then the fun begins, as the game struggles to comprehend that everybody's dead.
I found some folks who actually like being shot at.
Permission to come aboard, Shepard?
And it's one person. It's literally one extra teammate, guys. I wouldn't panic. Also, because the game's script calls for there to be 3 squads, and James and Liara are with me, with Edie and Brooks as the second team, there was literally nobody left alive to be on Cortez's team, so he's just got some generic guy who never gets a name with him. And finally, we get to what I've been waiting for. The saddest party in Mass Effect history, featuring a couple of people in the lounge, another 2 in the kitchen, and the rest of the house is pretty much empty. It's just sad. Every stage of the party, I have to hunt through my own house, trying to find my own party guests, ultimately leading to the saddest, most spaced out party photo ever. And so to the end game in the Cerberus base. Now, as he was sold to Cerberus, a corrupted form of Legion is supposed to appear in this room, but he just sort of, didn't, because the game is barely holding together anymore. Meanwhile, in the final fight, you're supposed to take out Kai Lang, while saying it was for somebody who Kai Lang killed. Unfortunately, Kai Lang never had the opportunity to kill anybody I loved, because I kinda got to all of them first, so instead Shepard has a much more naff voice line.
No gunship this time, you son of a bitch.
There was a gunship when they met on Thessia, by the way. It's a terrible one-liner. With that done, it's back to Earth and it's time for the end. But there's one crucial bit of setup to do. We have to select James and Liara as our companions. You'll see why shortly. Cortez dies almost immediately because we still need to fill up that wall, and Morinth makes her only appearance in the game here. Yeah, she just dies off screen and gets converted into a banshee. And hilariously, if you try and speak to the comms tech, who lets you call up your friends to say goodbye...
Yes, Commander. Is there someone you'd like to reach?
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
Nah, Shepard's done with having friends. There simply aren't any left. Reeve shows up to declare he's taking Australia as payment for his services, and it turns out my relationship with my companions is so poor that the cutscene where you call down the Normandy to rescue one of them doesn't even happen. Instead, James and Liara just get melted by a Reaper beam. Much like Mass Effect 2, it appears they just didn't like me enough to not die. The Elusive Man and Anderson go on the kill count next, and then we're off to destroy the Reapers, with a strong implication that the destroy ending will also exterminate the Geth, together with a whole bunch of organics, and me too as a result of all the tech that's keeping me alive after the opening of Mass Effect 2. But we'll be going for that ending anyway. After all, it does save the galaxy from the greatest threat of all, Shepard herself. Plus, there's one other crucial detail. Remember how we just brought along James and Liara to die? That means we're down to one single living companion, Edie, who is currently on the Normandy. This destroy ending will kill her, meaning it took us to the third game, but we have left nobody alive. And this here is the crucial moment. This is where the game just straight up breaks. Because when they were making this game, it seems they just didn't test what would happen if there was nobody left to act out the ending. Now, it starts off pretty modestly. For example, Joker's supposed to be told he needs to retreat, because he's determined to wait for Shepard. But with no companions left, Traynor has to step in. But it would appear they never bothered to record the voice line for her, so she just sort of stands there, and Joker reacts to nothing. Okay, bit odd, but it mostly still makes sense. Well, it's all down a hill from here. As Joker gets out of the crash Normandy, the camera pans over to... nobody. There are no companions left to stand next to him, but they just set up the scene in the camera assuming there had to be someone. I think I may have killed more people than BioWare anticipated was possible. This then leads to an unintentionally hilarious memorial ceremony with only 2 mourners, mainly because all the people who should be at the ceremony are already dead and on the death board. This, by the way, is how we're able to confirm that James, Liara, and Edie are all dead, though I have no idea why Traynor, who we only met a few weeks ago and barely spoke to, is given the big emotional memorial duty over Joker, who has literally been here from the beginning. The game also shifts the camera at this point for a sad companion reaction shot, but there's no one left to react, so once again, we just get to enjoy some empty space. The scene is just broken. Tragically, we can confirm the board does still have several open slots. Now, in theory, we could have added on Legion and Grunt. Samara's also absent as she never officially died, so it may be possible to completely fill up the death board, but I'm not 100% sure how you do it, as even that would still leave 2 slots open. And as a final kick in the teeth, there simply aren't enough people left on board to repair her, so I guess Joker and Traynor just live here now. Wherever this is. That's it. That's the end. Enjoy your new planet, at least Shepard can't hurt you anymore. And so, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, can you beat Mass Effect with no friends? Just about. But Shepard's dead, so's almost everyone that Shepard ever met. The Normandy appears to be lost forever. Rannoch is confirmed as an empty wasteland with nobody left who wants it. The Krogan are going to realise about the deception sooner or later, so that's another war to look forward to. The game itself is falling apart, and the only named survivors out of all of our companion and crew are Joker and Traynor. So, you can beat Mass Effect without friends, but you definitely shouldn't. Good night, everybody.
We have got a gate key here, and then we have got... I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake! This is going to take all of my...
Mass Effect 1, the motion picture, is a sci-fi role-playing game where you explore the galaxy and save it from impending doom against an army of robot aliens. Being an Alliance Marine, your way of dealing with these enemies is by shooting them. Or is it? I'm a frog, and for this video, I wanted to see if I could beat Mass Effect without shooting. And for good measure, I'll play it on the hardest difficulty, Insanity. I'll have to overcome whatever the game throws at me by meleeing, using powers, throwing grenades, whatever else I want, I just can't shoot. Including in the final boss fight, where using powers on said final boss causes the game to crash. Yeah, but we'll get to that. So let's hop in. To start, I'd need to create my character, who I named, of course, Frog Shepard. I chose Earthborn, and that he's a famous war hero, but my most important choice was class. I always play as soldier, but since I can't shoot, that would be pointless for this. So this time I went with Adept, a biotic specialist, and I would need to learn a completely different playstyle. Speaking of style, I wanted Frog Shepard to be as handsome as possible and selected everything I thought looked good, only to realize at the end that I had essentially created Lalo Salamanca. Character made, difficulty selected. And we're off. Realize at the end that I I had essentially created Lalo Salamanca. Character made, difficulty selected, and we're off. Our journey begins with me staring out of a window while people talk about how awesome I am before getting hit by exposition text and a title card. We're on our way to a planet called Eden Prime alongside a bird with tattoos named Nihilus. He must be a big KOTOR fan. But before even doing anything else, I already had skill points to spend. Given that I can't shoot, it would be very important for me to upgrade my biotic powers. So I spent my first 3 skill points on Charm. After talking to Corporal Jenkins about how bright his future is, I went to the bridge where we got a message from Eden Prime where everyone is dying and there's a giant claw monster in the sky, so we loaded up and went down to the planet. I took a casual stroll while untold numbers of people were being murdered by who knows what, until I pushed up far enough to trigger a cutscene where Jenkins gets deleted from life and it's time for my first combat. What I quickly learned is that recharge times in this game are really, really slow. My first 2 powers, Warp and Throw, both take 60 seconds to recharge at first. So after using them, I just had to wait for Kaidan to shoot the recon drones for me because I was useless. Speaking of which, yes, this challenge is for me to not shoot. It doesn't matter if my squad mates do, especially considering you're required to have squad mates and they all carry guns. My next level up, I put 3 points into the Adept line, which improves my shielding and lowers the recharge time on powers. Karth and I fought through more recon drones until we encountered a couple of new species, Geth and Woman, as well as a guy who's probably seen better days. We learned that the survivor's name is Ashley, whose well-being I immediately cared more about than Jenkins or Kaidan's, and we continued on. The good thing about Geth troopers and later husks as opposed to the recon drones is that I can actually punch them since they aren't flying. With my new camo armor, they couldn't even see me coming. The joke is that camo makes you literally invisible, even though we all know that isn't actually true. Meanwhile, Nihilus comes across one of the 2 big bads named Saren, but doesn't know that he's bad and gets linneyed. This level is considered a prologue, so none of the combat is really that hard. Believe me when I tell you though that it's not going to stay that way as we go through the game. I charmed a couple people to gain extra weapons that I couldn't use Anyway, fought my way through more Geth and very nearly died because I got a bit cocky and pushed up way too far, ran around disabling bombs, discovered a very efficient way of killing Geth by knocking them off a ledge, and we found our objective, a giant pole, which Ashley accidentally activates like an idiot, but because I'm the main character, I tossed her out of the way and got sucked in myself and was shown horrifying images like I just took too many Benadryls. Next, we flew to the Citadel, which is the big hub world of the game, where along with the main story, I was free to roam around and complete side quests. I ran around scanning bugs called Keepers, disabled a rogue ChatGPT, acquainted myself with the Asari consort, talked to a Hanar who was being harassed by a British Turian for preaching without a license, gambled, went to a strip club for strictly professional reasons, and participated in a sting operation. The main quest line has me argue with the council about Saren being a bad guy, which they don't believe, so I have to collect evidence, which leads me to this fight against a couple assassins and my very first death of the playthrough. I then followed up my first death by doing the exact same thing and dying once again. Unlike the Geth on Eden Prime, I couldn't knock these guys over with melees. But on my third attempt, Kaidan used his biotic powers to knock one over after he pushed up on us, which allowed me to pummel him while he was on the ground like any honorable Street Fighter. We went to a med clinic and fought more guys who I could just toss around with melees, recruited Garrus, who's the coolest party member in the trilogy, as well as Rex, who's a solid B-tier companion, and went back to the strip club to fight an entire army of bouncers who I could insta-kill with my throw power. The problem being that even after leveling up a few times, it still took 45 whole seconds to recharge. I died once from getting female dog slapped by a Krogan, then pushed through where he made it to the big bad crime boss who just collapsed on the ground after I took out his turrets. The second half of this section was a bit scary because you have to fight your way back out, but now on a timer, which is a slight issue for me given my recharge limitations. So I had to be even more aggressive with rushing and meleeing guys. It was also around this point that I realized what one of my weaknesses was: guys with shotguns. Surprisingly, I wasn't able to withstand shotgun blasts to the face very well. We rescued a lady who still wears a biosuit even though COVID was 160 years ago because she has a danging piece of evidence against Saren, which we present to the council, who are completely surprised by the fact that a guy named after a Nazi nerve gas turns out to be a bad guy. They make me a Spectre and I become the new commanding officer of the Normandy, and it's up to me to stop him, and this is where the game turns even more free roam. But before getting to that, I'd been playing for a few hours at this point and I felt like I needed a break. I hung out with my dog, and then I played Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus, a fast-paced tactical battlefield strategy game. Issues to this point with powers recharging slow, I wanted to level up a few more times before continuing on the main storyline. So I went to different star systems and hit up some side quests. The execution kind of sucks, but the fact that this game does let you explore and travel around different alien worlds is very cool, and you get to do it in the best vehicle ever created. On my very first planet, I realized the very shrimple fact that I just wouldn't be able to kill everyone, like this Thresher Maw that attacked. Without being able to fire the Mako's guns, it was Jover. I went into a mine place and found an army of husks. Since they don't shoot, you may think they'd be easy to take out, but the problem is they have this shockwave power that if it hits me, takes out my shields in their entirety and half my health. I did have a couple new powers, Lift and Singularity. They both kind of do the same thing though, which is just pick guys up off the ground. I fought an army of biotic terrorists who were way harder than they had any right to be. They were super aggressive, and my style of play, being reliant on powers that took time to recharge, meant aggressive enemies were a no-go for me. Eventually, I did get through them and convinced them not to execute one of the ugliest NPCs in gaming history. I dismantled an atomic bomb and set off to kill the guy who set the atomic bomb, which, speaking of, the good thing about the Mako is that I could kill people by running them over. The bad thing was that this did minimal damage and took forever, so I just have to keep backing over them like a Chinese double hit. I did run into an issue where one of the bad guys in this group got stuck in a rover. I could see his legs and tried punching him, but this didn't seem to be working. I tried a grenade, my throw power, ramming into him with the Mako, yelling at my monitor. Nothing worked, and I just had to load a save and start over. My favorite side quest was one to take out 4 different Geth bases on 4 different planets. I went to the first one, which was a bunker full of husks. Then on the way out I had to fight actual Geth, and it concluded with me running more over outside. No big deal at all. The second base was on a snow planet. This one was a big deal because the base had something called a Colossus. I tried ramming into him, which appeared to do 0 damage. There were a bunch of other Geths shooting at me in the base, so I decided to take the Colossus and push it somewhere else. If I couldn't hurt it by running it over, maybe we could just get out of the Mako and handle it the old-fashioned way. No, we couldn't. Garrus and Ashley got wrecked, and we accomplished nothing. We made 0 progress on them. So plan 2 was to kill all the other Geth at the base, get the Colossus completely alone, and then go from there. Because they were all in towers and I couldn't run them over, I'd have to get out of the Mako to kill them. The fun thing about this is that there were snipers all over the place, where if I let them shoot me, they would kill me in one hit, which I let happen. Quite a few times, actually. Eventually, I did manage to kill all the other Geth, which led me to the next phase of my plan, figure out how to deal with the Colossus. I tried pushing it all over the place. I ran back and forth over it. I tried parking on him, only for him to do wrestling moves on me and shake me off. At one point, I launched him into the sky somehow, but unfortunately the fall back down didn't kill him. I tried pushing him super far away from the base and seeing if I drove back with it now empty, would I trick the game into thinking everyone was dead? Unfortunately, I was not able to outsmart the 17-year-old video game. I spent over half an hour at the Geth base in total until it became clear to me that I wouldn't be able to take out the Colossus without using the Mako's guns, and I'd have to simply move on and not complete the quest. As someone with RPG OCD who hates leaving quests unfinished, this hurt. I continued exploring planets, mining resources, finding artifacts, fought off a Geth trap where thankfully there wasn't a Colossus, convinced biotic David Koresh to close down his cult, fought this crazy lady who couldn't accept her husband was dead, talked to Ashley about how much she hates aliens, examined dead Marines while a Thresher mob was trying to kill me, and decided that was enough side questing for now. I moved back onto the main quest line and went to Therum to find Liara. Because the Legendary Edition is stupid, knocking armatures into lava not only didn't kill them but did 0 damage at all. Thankfully, I was able to kill them by running them over, unlike the previous Colossus. Funny things happen in this game when you run stuff over though. Like here I got stuck and couldn't move at all no matter what I did. Until the game finally teleported me right to the edge of a lava pool. The game was trying everything it could to keep me from completing this challenge. I did come across another Colossus who I knew I couldn't kill, but regardless I pushed him all the way into a lava pool with the hope that he'd be stuck and unable to climb out. Given that lava doesn't kill them, I had quite literally condemned it to eternal hellfire. Deserved to be honest. Eventually it was time for me to get out and proceed on foot, tossing the Geth around like ragdolls and trying to let Garrus and Ashley catch bullets for me like the good leader I am. At one point in the fight, From the Grave started playing Halo the Master Chief Collection. I threw one Geth into the lava, which of course didn't kill him. I don't know why I expected anything different. We worked our way to a fight where I'd have to take out an armature on foot. My strategy was to kill everyone except the armature, which worked well, and I had 0 deaths. Once everyone was dead, me and the gang focused on the armature, who was a lot easier to take out than I expected. Of the story planets, I always come to this one first, and I almost didn't this time because I was afraid I'd need to level up a lot more for this fight to not be a nightmare. But I was incorrect, it wasn't really that bad actually. We went through the Prothean ruin until we found the blue lady we came for. I mashed buttons until a giant laser turned on, we freed the good doctor, and the planet concludes with the toughest fight I'd had to this point. This Krogan is insane. I died so many times. My favorite death was when I knew I was cooked and I went into the menu out of desperation to see if I could do something, only to unmenu and immediately get decked. After a little while, I did manage to take him down, and that was one of the major story missions done. At this point, I was level 24 out of 60, had unlocked a few new powers like Lift, Singularity, and Barrier, and had upgraded Throw and Warp fully. I felt decently strong. With the first story planet done, I took a minute to just take care of a few things. I checked up on the crew, pretended to be interested in Ashley's personal life, went back to the Citadel where I got ambushed by a fake news interview with a reporter with an obvious agenda. You have the option to punch her in the face, but I didn't because I don't hit women. I just don't trust them when it comes to driving cars. Turned in a quest with Admiral Sudoku, bought some new equipment, and then snitched on a casino cheater. I left the Citadel, but before going back to the main quest, there was one more side quest I wanted to do, that being to take down a rogue VI on the moon. Why this mission? Because completing it lets me unlock a specialization. If you look at my level up screen, I can't put any more points into Adept, so getting the specialization would let me keep building out that line. Makes sense, right? Well, what I wasn't prepared for was that this quest was quite literally the most painful quest in the entire game for me. So first off, approaching the facility, there's 3 different entrances, each having 2 rocket turrets. I can't shoot them with the Mako obviously, so I had to get out and try to kill them with biotics and my squad mates. Couple issues with this. First off, they're designed for you to shoot them in the Mako, so I could only make slow progress on them without shooting at all. Second, Ashley and Garrus are stupid and will stand directly where the turrets are shooting and die, so for most of this I was on my own. Third, the turrets at the other bases shoot at me too, even from far away. I just had to keep moving around to dodge rockets from the other bases and to keep Garrus and Ashley moving as well, and just whittle away at the turret's health. I finally did get them all taken out with no more deaths, and all in all this took me about 15 minutes. But then I had to go inside of all 3 bases and clear out drones. Drones suck because, like the Geth Recon drones earlier, I can't reliably melee them since they fly around. The only one of my powers that did anything to them was Warp, and also they're strangely aggressive, like they'd push up on me and just ignore Ashley and Garrus entirely. But after a few more minutes, we managed to clear the first base of drones, but we had more to do here still. In each base, there are 8 VI conduits that I had to blow up without shooting. I tried using powers, meleeed a couple times until I got the first with a grenade. The second conduit I punched a couple times and then blew up with 3 grenades. And then the third conduit I only grenaded, which took 4 whole grenades. So that's how I realized that yes, the melees were damaging the conduits, and if I wanted to blow them all up, that's how I'd need to take them out. How many melees does it take to destroy one conduit? 29. I had to melee each one 29 times to blow it up. You may be wondering why I didn't have my squad use powers on them. That's because they can't. I tried. Garrus just doesn't do anything. Is he stupid? On the last one in the base, I tried punching it 28 times and then using warp, and that worked, so that's how I'd be taking out the rest. Base 1 done, on to base 2. So in the first base, I didn't have to do any gimmicks or anything to get by. Like, it was tough, but I didn't die at all, and it was ultimately fine. Base 2, not so much. I don't know what exactly was hard about this base, but I got obliterated, to the point where I considered giving up on the quest entirely. Until I had an epiphany. What would happen if we just left the base in the middle of fighting? Well, the answer was my dead squad mates would revive, the drones that I had killed would stay dead, and the damage to the others would carry through. So I developed a strategy. Run in, kill a drone or two, or at least damage them, and then get out. As you can probably imagine, this strategy worked to perfection. I spent another several minutes mailing more VI conduits, and now there were extra kinetic barriers in every single door opening I had to melee down to. This mission was an actual nightmare, the things I go through for you people. But that was base 2 completed. The third base is very ominous because the drones just stared at me through the barrier while I punched it down, but then once it was done, I picked up with the earlier strategy of do damage, run away. And it took time for sure, but it did work. I took down more conduits, fought more drones that powered up, and had finally completed this stupid side mission. For the specialization, I picked Bastion, which lets me keep reducing the recharge time on my powers. And with that, I left the moon, hopefully to never come back. But there's no time to mope because it was time for me to go to the next story planet, Pharos. I was greeted by this guy who immediately got wrecked. Strangely, the Geth weren't as difficult as some of the enemies I had fought in side quests, like the drones. So I didn't have that hard of a time fighting them here, although apparently I hadn't learned anything from before because I still managed to get sniped a few times. I ran around completing side quests, I turned on water valves, fought space pit bulls, talked to a weird guy, but most importantly... As I was saying, I most importantly had to fight Krogan. For my playstyle, Krogan are the absolute worst enemies to fight against. My damage output isn't that great, so a lot of my tactics just come down to attrition, taking it slow and wearing enemies down. Krogans, though, all have stupidly good health regeneration, which means I can't really do that. And combined with the fact that melees do nothing against them, they're immune to half my powers, and they like rushing and insta-killing me with melees of their own, they're a nightmare, especially in groups like here. It's kind of like that final boss Krogan on Therum that gave me a hard time. Literally every Krogan in this game is just like him, except in this fight I had to deal with 3 at once. After getting absolutely mogged a couple times, I changed courses and tried to split the Krogan up so we could take on 1 at a time. You may know that I'm a frog, but what you may not know is that I'm also a magician. Now you see the Krogan, and now you don't. The second Krogan I took out right after he broke Ashley's collarbone, and the third and final Krogan by himself wasn't that much of a problem at all. After splattering more basic Geth in the Mako and slowly rolling over armatures, we made it to this area where we walk on foot, and I was jump scared by an armature that I had completely forgotten about, who I foolishly tried to punch before getting vaporized. I once again don't know what I expected. I fought more dogs, including one that got stuck in the floor, killed a Krogan commander, fought even more Krogan, solved a numbers puzzle, and returned to the Mako, where I realized I could insta-kill armatures by knocking them over the railing instead of spending 5 minutes rolling over them. Unfortunately, this led to the cutscene, where a bad guy wants to do bad guy things, and since I don't have completely maxed charm, Shepard has no choice except to shoot him. He fired a gun. If you like this video, be sure to... Just kidding. I carried on because him shooting in a cutscene obviously doesn't matter at all to anyone that isn't stupid. Back at home base, we met a new enemy type called Thorian Creepers. No, not an Ithorian, Thorian Creeper. They're terrible. They have so much health and they come in giant packs that take forever for me to get through. I did try getting back in the Mako and splattering this first group, which was safer but seemingly took longer than just fighting them on foot. Because I'm Paragon and not Renegade, this section is all about killing the creepers while incapacitating the actual colonists with either melees or special grenades. Neither of those things involve shooting, so this was fine, granted the creepers were slow cooking. Unfortunately, I did not save every colonist. I punched one, turned around, and this lady was straight up dead. My only guess is that her shots bounced off my shield back at her. I considered loading my last save, but I remembered how long it took to get here and decided that if she's stupid enough to die like that, the colony is probably better off without her anyway. We came across a Lovecraftian nightmare of a plant that looks like something you'd find growing in Asmongold's shower, and it spits out Asari clones that try to kill me. They're not that big of a deal, but what is a big deal is how many Thorian creepers I had to fight through in this section. I'll spare you the full details, but this section took me about 45 minutes. Killing the Thorian nodes was slow, the creepers were slow, I'm slow, everything was slow. But upon killing the Thorian, we freed the one Asari in the game that you can't sleep with, who gifted me with the power to see the same images I already saw earlier in the game. Most importantly, that's one more planet down. Back on the Normandy, Liara came on to me, so I set her straight.
I'm not interested in you in that way, Liara.
I took care of more side quests, including one that saw me clear husks in a ship. I died several times because of their stupid shockwave thing they do. I went to another planet where we found more thorian creepers and the scientists responsible for creating them who offered to pay me off, but I killed them instead. And the best part about this was I found a new biotic amp that, as you can see, was a giant improvement over what I had before. We are so back. Next up was a mission where we go to Cerberus bases and fight mercenaries and man-made horrors beyond my comprehension before finding the corpse of Admiral Big Kahuna Burger. One other thing, you may notice that the guns on my back are different. That's not because I was using those guns, but it was driving my video game OCD crazy that every time I opened the menu there were guns with better stats across the board begging to be equipped. With that, it was time for the next story planet, and the first one that's actually interesting, Virmire. Virmire starts with me in the Mako, but unfortunately there's a lot of Geth drones which fly in the air, meaning I can't run them over and have to deal with outside of the Mako. I did have one death, but for the most part this entire section was fine with me splattering Geth, then dealing with drones. Then I came across my arch nemesis from earlier once again, the Colossus. Joke's on him though, because he attacked me at the worst possible place, which was right next to a deep sea drop-off where I could deposit him for an insta-kill. I did this for a couple more armatures and Colossuses, and after getting out to clear a couple gatehouses, we were home free. Captain Rex had a bit of a problem with our mission objective, and I had to talk him down. Originally, I was going to talk him down and then kill him anyway, because I thought it would be funny, but I have too much of a heart for that. I would never laugh at one of my companions being killed. The Solarian Special Forces captain gave a speech that a 10-year-old me ready to run through a brick wall, then the real mission began. And as is customary when fighting the Geth, I immediately died from being sniped. I responded my next attempt by beating the sniper without mercy. After I made it through and fought a Krogan who I sent to the moon, there was another power box thing I had to punch out, even more Krogan who weren't giving me that hard of a time surprisingly, and just like that we were inside Saren's base. We found a crazy Solarian in a holding cell who was begging to be let out, to which I said no, and he proved me right by giving himself CTE. Eventually we fought our way to Saren's room, where I came across another Prothean beacon as well as a hologram of Saren's squid ship, who turns out to be an actual Reaper. Props to Shepard, because upon having this realization, instead of fear, his first instinct was to trash talk the Eldritch Horror.
Your extinction is inevitable. We are the end of everything.
There is an entire galaxy of races united and ready to face you.
Sovereign, the 2-kilometer robot ship partly responsible for the genocide of countless alien races, shows he means business by destroying a couple windows, so we left and carried on. We fought more Krogan, I got sniped a couple more times until we made it to the bomb site where Ashley was tasked with arming a nuke. Because for some reason in the year 2183 our only way to set off a nuke is by manually arming it. Regardless, because she's occupied, I had to go with someone other than Ashley in my party for the first time since Jenkins still walked the earth, and I chose Rex the Krogan. So we fought our way through one more fight, and a dilemma appears where I have to choose between saving Kaidan on one end or Ashley on the other, and I chose Ashley, of course. Not of course. It was a very tough decision. Yep, a lot of time went into making that one. How could I possibly decide between the guy who I haven't had in my party for 10 hours and the hot Marine? Back at the bomb site, I died again, and you'll never guess why. There's a lot of Geth here to kill, and this fight took me a few minutes, which is important because Saren showed up, my Shepard violated the rules of the challenge again despite me clearly stating them at the beginning, and it was boss fight time. Unfortunately, I couldn't save because there were enemies around, so my last save was at the start of the previous fight. Saren is really tough, and not only did I have to worry about Saren, but there were also Geth everywhere who did their best to flank me the entire time. I tried to make it work, but there were too many guys, and I was finished off by yet another sniper, which meant I had to reload all the way back to the start of the last fight and do it again. I went through the cutscene again, alright, and tried 2 of the Saren fight. I had the idea of, what if it lets me retreat to the previous area? And to my complete shock, it did. So I could pop out, hit Saren with some powers, then retreat to hiding where it seemed like the enemy AI couldn't go. It took time, but yeah, this worked. Another cutscene played where I punched Saren in the face, then he flew away. I carried Ashley away and the screen turned black. And it stayed black. Forever. Nothing happened. I could still pause, so I tried saving and loading, which transported me back to the previous area with no one around. I would be stuck here for eternity. There was no way around it. I had to go back to the previous fight again, kill all the Geth. Oh hey Saren, cheese to meet you. Attack him, retreat, okay, he flees like a little bit. Grab Ashley, let's get out of here, and okay, I'm back on the ship, we're good. Had that crashed again, you probably wouldn't be watching this video right now, because I would have deleted the game. Blue Man Group's eyes turned black, and she gives me another bad trip, but without further ado, it was time for me to go to the next story planet called Noveria, where White Boy Winter was already seemingly in full effect. We were greeted by a security detail who tried to disarm us before revealing their weaves, and off we go. Noveria is my least favorite planet, at least the start of it. All you do is run back and forth between NPCs, kill a few corrupt security guards, stare awkwardly at this girl while trying to think of something witty to say, talk to this guard with the widest eyes I've ever seen, and then get into the garage where the action begins. Cause Matriarch Benezia somehow managed to sneak an entire army of Geth onto Noveria. Great job, Space TSA. After this first fight, we went went to Novaria's Mako section, where I began my assault on the Geth by flipping over and subsequently dying. I took out the first group of Geth, then got out and took care of the turret, but as I progressed I had a thought. Why don't I just drive past everything? It took me over 12 hours of playing this game before that thought ever crossed my mind. Upon arriving at our destination, we were greeted by more Geth Amphetamine, who I had to solo with Ashley because Garrus had gotten stuck at the door. As we fought our way through, it became clear that something wasn't quite right. Oh my god. I forgot to take T. Higgins out of my fantasy lineup even though he's hurt. As easy as the Geth had been to this point, the Rachni were actually really tough. Like here, I should have been cooked, but I got bailed out by Ashley killing the last one right before he got me. And the little green workers, I just didn't have a way of dealing with other than falling back until my squad shot them. After solving a puzzle that's in literally every BioWare game, we fought our way through more Geth in one room, then through the Rachni in another, where this time I wasn't bailed out when one of them rushed me. We talked to some people and went into a lab where we got ambushed and eventually made it to this room with Matriarch Benezia and Asari commandos that are very easy to fling around with biotics. There's waves where more commandos spawn as well as Geth, but I didn't find this fight very hard. I'd maxed out my barrier power at this point, which gave me an extra 1000 shielding and made me super tanky when I needed to be. Plus, like I alluded to earlier, the Geth were honestly some of the easier enemies at this point in the game. We had a conversation with Benezia where Shepard maintained strong eye contact, then we had to fight her, but like just about every other enemy, she could be tossed around like a ragdoll. Then of course came one of the biggest choices in the entire game and trilogy, whether to let the Rachni Queen live or kill her, ending the species. Because this was a massive decision that could change the course of the entire galaxy, not to mention I was determining the fate of an entire species, I came to my decision responsibly, by spinning a wheel. Well, sorry, little bro, but fair is fair. There was one more place I had to go where a dude gets bishoped and I have to fight a bunch of Rachni. Then I set off a self-destruct sequence, and that barrier power I mentioned let me literally just run past the Rachni army to an elevator. And that was Novaria. We were directed to head back to the Citadel because the Council was putting together a fleet to fight Saren, except like complete idiots, they ground the Normandy and prevent me from leaving. This problem was immediately resolved by Anderson punching Udina in the face, and now we're free and can go to the last planet, Ilos. On the way there, Ashley came up to my private room to watch Netflix, but I didn't have Netflix, so I told her to leave. We're now on the planet Ilos, which wasn't hard at all. I'm not going to waste too much time on it. We fought more Geth. There were wide open spaces that I could run around in whenever there were a lot of enemies. I learned that my lift power completely works on armatures, which is hilarious. But yeah, no deaths or anything. We had another Mako section that gets interrupted for a second by a millennia-old artificial intelligence created by the now extinct Protheans who could give us important information about the Reaper War, yawn. Meanwhile, Saren, Sovereign, and the Geth start their invasion of the Citadel. Almost like someone tried to warn them about how strong the enemy fleet was, but whatever. On the instretch of Ilos, I just ignored all the Colossuses and hit the conduit, which sent us back to the Citadel. Despite being in the middle of a war zone, we take a slow-moving elevator until it gets sabotaged and we have to proceed on foot. The fun thing about this section is that it's low gravity, so with my biotics, I could send the more dangerous Geth off into the ether. But yeah, like Ilos, the Geth weren't very tough at this point. I was a machine. I never even came close to dying, really. At the top of the Citadel Tower, we ran into Saren. Using my charm skill, I told him to delete himself, which he wasn't having, but then Shepard hit him with the no balls you won't, and Saren had no choice but to do it. At this point, I had a choice to have all fleets focus fire on Sovereign and end the conflict, or put more human lives at risk and focus on saving the Council first. The Council, who's doubted me every step of the way, where every time I talk to them, they're saying they don't believe me. The Council that grounded my ship and I had to go against to even be in this situation. My decision was easy. I saved them, of course. Little did I know, I still had a lot of this stupid game left because of what I alluded to earlier. Saren gets resurrected by Sovereign and turned into a monster man, and I have one last boss fight. I handled it like normal. I used my warp power on Saren to do steady damage to him, then when Geth reinforcements showed up, I focused on them. We got Saren's health about a quarter of the way down when suddenly my game froze. No matter, I thought. I must have just gotten unlucky. So I reloaded my last save at the start of the fight and went through it again. I got Saren's health even lower this time, almost halfway through, and a new cutscene started, so I'm good. Well, okay, listen, that time I made it further before the game crashed, so maybe if I do it again, I can make it all the way. Well, at least my game didn't crash that time. Fourth time's the charm. Alright, I didn't even make it to the cutscene that time before it crashed. At this point, I started Googling this and learned it's a known issue. The final boss fight is just bugged and has been since the Legendary Edition came out. As annoyed as I was, all I could do was troubleshoot. My first method was to load the game from the Mass Effect 1 menu itself rather than the Legendary Edition's menu. This did not work. Next up, someone on Reddit suggested that the crash is caused by using the power wheel. Since you pretty much have to use the power wheel and controller, I switched to keyboard and mouse, which would let let me use hotkeys for all my powers. And if you know me, you know how much I hate playing games keyboard and mouse, so that's how desperate I was. My aiming was really slow, and I constantly had to look at my hands to make sure I was pressing the right keys, but I was able to make progress on Saren. Fuck! Honestly, that's what I deserve for listening to Reddit. Next idea, lower all my graphics settings to the lowest. Okay, making progress, got the cutscene, made it all the way through the cutscene without a crash, we're back. It's over. At this point, I was seriously considering just giving up and ending this video by saying something mean about BioWare and EA, but my mother didn't raise me to be a quitter. She didn't really raise me to play video games for a living either, but she definitely didn't raise me to quit. I had one last hope. Someone said that the crash was caused by using powers on Saren, so I wanted to try beating him without shooting or using any powers on him at all. Every now and then he would hop on the ground and let me punch him, but for the most part, this was an exercise in patience, because I pretty much just had to let Ashley and Garrus shoot him for me. The Geth reinforcements that come in, I could use biotics on, so I just focused on them. As we wore Saren down, the first cutscene came and went. Alright, but I have seen that before. As the minutes went by, I continued just running around fighting Geth and trying not to die. And it did take minutes, until finally, Saren had fallen. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I was holding my breath the entire final cutscene waiting for the game to crash, but spoiler alert, it never did. The game was over. I chose Anderson to join the council because I'm based, and that was Mass Effect on Insanity without shooting. I would now like to read a reply to the Reddit comment that I showed earlier. I'm not sure that's entirely true, blah blah blah, but I never used warp, so it could be warp related, basically ruling out a no guns run. Well, random Redditor who left a comment 3 years ago. Ha! Thanks again to Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring this video. Check it out and use my code NOVHELLO to get some sweet bonuses like I mentioned. You can download it by scanning the QR code.
Hi. Your passport? No, I'm flying to Puerto Rico. Which is why you need your passport. No, I don't need a passport to Puerto Rico. It's a U.S. territory. Ma'am, you're going on an international flight. You need your passport. I'm a U.S. citizen. Ma'am, you gave me a Puerto Rican driver's license. It's a real ID, which is valid. You need a passport to travel to foreign countries. But it's not a foreign country. It's a U.S. territory. Is there someone else I can speak to? Your manager? Daddy? She wants to go to Puerto Rico without her passport. Everyone needs a passport to travel to international flights. Puerto Rico's a U.S. territory. Now we're not going to check you in without your passport, okay? I can't miss this flight. Ma'am, you are traveling to another country. I've flown so many times without my passport from here to... That's not possible. I'm calling security. What's the problem here? This lady here that wants to travel to a foreign country without her passport. Ma'am, you know you need your passport. I got my Puerto Rican driver's license, which is I don't care about that. I don't need a passport to fly. You need your passport or you're not able to get on this flight. So U.S. territory, I don't care about any of that. You know that we could put you in the no-fly list? If you don't leave now, I'm going to escort you out. I'm going to report all of you. Go ahead, report us. Like, what's too hard to understand? I swear people keep getting dumber every day. Hi.